Greetings, everybody. My name is Coinstamp, and welcome back to another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. I've been chatting it up with you lovely people during the commercial break. It's not something I often get to do because I'm usually running around doing this or that, but I'm glad to have done that today. As I've said, and perhaps for those who maybe have not chatted so far, I do hope you're doing well today. Since I'm on time, before we get started, why don't we play the camera minigame and we can thank our wonderful contributors during this month's cycle. So, if you guys want your names on these placards, which I do read at the start of each and every single stream, you gotta chuck some change at me. Any continuous subscription purchase or maintenance or a $2 donation on coffee or stream elements or some other medium, some one-time donation of that value or more will also be enough to get your name on these placards. I really do appreciate everybody being here, of course, but this is the smallest way I have to give back to those that like my work and decide to financially support me. I really appreciate it. Thank you to Just Be Carly 917 and Most Likely Shine, or Mr. Shiny as we've come to know him, for their purchase and maintenance of the Tier 1 and or Prime Gaming subscription packages. I hope you guys enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that, including but not limited to extra emotes in case of the Tier 1, elimination of the ads during the month cycle, extra Discord private Discord channels and extra benefits related to the Discord, including but not limited to an extra vote on vote items that come due or that are passed before us in the Discord. I would also like to take an opportunity to thank Mr. Gordu Goku for being our Valkyrie tier member on Patreon during this month's cycle. Please enjoy all the benefits and privileges that come along with that, good sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Rasby the Player for their continued Valkyrie tier membership purchased or maintained during this month's cycle. I do hope you enjoy the benefits and privileges that come along with that, good sir. Finally, I would like to also thank Mr. User 11 for the direct $5 donation. As well. I really appreciate it. While this doesn't come with any extra innate privileges or benefits or bells and tassels and all that fun stuff, I do thank you sincerely for making this donation. It is one of the most direct ways to support me for free. Or not free, but, you know, at a limit. Anyway, without tripping over myself, thank you again. I'm going to explain, let's go ahead and move over. I'll catch up on chat, then I'll give you guys the recap as well as what's been happening off camera and, you know, what our goal for today is. So I'll start with the red app and move over to the purple app. Mr. Gordukoku says, you sent a pic to Discord if you want to look at it. Sure, I'll look at that perhaps during a commercial break or something. And I'll see if I can't help you identify it. Then over on the purple app, Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, good sir, it does not always work every time, but Mr. Jason had a premonition just before you went, and you thought, go and check the My Nintendo Store UK, and you're glad that you did, as you've just pre-ordered 2 talking flowers. Oh, well, you're in for a wild treat. The Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup in Bella Bell Park. Mr. Jason then also says, and the talking flower was not once one per customer. Nice. Mr. Gordukoku says, that's cool, you've marked the entrance. That's only if you don't have it already. Why don't I take a quick look at that then, huh? Maybe this is something that could be resolved in a quick GIF. Maybe we'll take a look at that toward perhaps the end of the stream. That's like, this looks familiar, but I know it's not the docs. in regard to the picture that you've just put into the Discord, Mr. Gordo Goku, excuse me. Yeah, this looks familiar. I'm not 100% sure. We can do a quick checky on the map for it. Let me use my right hand here. So we have the moat. Back here would have been the axis. Actually, we need to go here anyway for a different reason, but this part I'm not 100% sure on. Yeah, we can go take a look at that. And in fact, this gives me a good opportunity to seg right into the recap. I, in fact, do not have it. So thank you for that. So, recap. Last time, we started working on Addison signs and filling up the stables with paintings and continuing to work on side adventures as well. Today, we're going to be doing more of that. As for what happened off camera, well, your boy has to get started farming money sometime. So what I have decided to do with that is I am hustling for meat. I'm going to be taking all of this wonderful gourmet real estate because I don't think we quite need this much meat for the cooking recipes. I think you need like 35, but our intention is to take these, turn them into meat skewers, and sell them for money. Anything that I can find, really. That's pretty much the only thing I've done. I did deplete a lot of our money, as you can see the upper right hand corner. We had about 1,600. We had a little over 9,000 or 9,500 before. I went and bought a bunch of arrows, a lot of food stores, and other stuff like that. I've been busy, and I'm going to continue to be busy for the next several days, as my intention is to be done with all this, the game and everything, in 2 weeks. You know, provided we don't have something we need to go back and do. But that is what has been happening in the off time. Let me go and catch up on chat again, and then we'll figure out what to do from there. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, in a week on Saturday, you're seeing your IRL friend. So not this Saturday, but next Saturday, I think. You're seeing your IRL friend for the first time this year, and you're going to go to their house to just chill and maybe order Chinese. Nice. Nice. And then Mr. Jason is, in fact, saying hi to Mr. Gordo Goku. We are multi-streaming. If you guys want to say hi to each other, feel free. I'll let you guys decide whether you want to carry on a cross-platform conversation. Mr. Gordo Goku says, yes, the raw gourmet meat is very good for money. Also, Lionel horns. Yeah, of course. I probably have to grind up Lionel horns Lionel horns anyway. You know, redemption set aside. But yes, I do appreciate the assistance, Mr. Gordo Goku. I will be doing all of that and more during the off camera. Thank you for the redemption, Mr. Shiny. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are just doing the pre-stream or the stream ritual of explaining everything and what we're going to do today. I hope things are going relatively well in your part of the world. Mr. Jason says, you were in a Minecraft stream a few years back, and someone in the chat was playing in the streamer's world. Ah, yes, they had a Minecraft world. You told this person to get invincibility, press Alt F4. They did, and the message, they did that, and the message, player name has left the world, appeared. Ah, yes, the Alt F4 troll. Very classic. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Miss Carly has a client at the moment, but she says she will pop in when she can. Of course, no rush to her. Take her time. She's a businesswoman. I don't want to get in the way of her making her bag and helping out her wonderful customers. Absolutely not. So, First, actually, this is in the same vein as what Mr. Gordogoku was talking about a second ago. The very first thing we're going to do is we're going to go get this blasted Hylian shield. And we might as well get the other entrance in the waterway while we have it. Because I got to come up with... Well, okay, sorry. That's not a proper seg to a previous topic. Going back to what I said previously, I've got to make it about 90,000 rupees. It's 85,880 pretty specifically, but I'm probably going to need extra money for different reasons, so I might as well get the extra for that. Also, I totally forgot to specify this. We have everything we need, and a little extra from what I had to cook up, to go over and fully upgrade our horse. I am not going to be upgrading every horse in every slot. That is ridiculous. But I do want to at least show off the Melania.
Don't forget to aim.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Mr. Gordogoku. Thank you for the redemption. And I hope I won't need that luck, but I'm sure I will come to savor it anyway. So, I guess first things first, since this is probably easier to try to deal with, we're gonna glide over and just see what this entrance is all about. Where is my glide armor? It is... I thought I saw it earlier. Here. Huh. I wonder what this is an entrance to. I remember coming through here one time. Ah, the East Passage. Okay. Don't want to be in here too long. But I guess we can, like, come in here a hot minute. Just grab some quick Keese eyeballs and then get out of here. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin and the talking flowers, surprisingly cheaper than you even ever expected. Than you even expected. 24 pounds and 99 pence. So that is $50 for Mr. J, or 50 pounds for Mr. Jason. I was about to pull off an omega oops there. What is at the back of my throat? So sorry. Mr. Gordogoku says nothing to see. It went toward the 100%. Duly noted. Yeah, I probably do need to make sure that is, you know, in the map among other things. Let's see, is this here? Okay, so it's not, this waterway isn't anything. It's this here, and that's the Eastern Passage. Okay. Mr. Jason says you've also just gotten to 120k channel points as well. Nice. Nice. Ah, yes, this is a good time to say, you know, don't forget, guys, you do have channel point redemptions. Let me get my hats ready. Along with my station to quickly pull up said desks. Welcome on in, Mr. Rasby. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in body and mind, good sir, and I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. Sorry, I forgot to say, I hope nothing has affected your state of being today. So sorry. Nothing is bothering you. But, what is going on at the back of my throat? You've come in at a good time. We are in the midst of cleanup. We're doing overworld cleanup. We're grabbing a few items. We're working on some signs. We're working on a lot of stuff, a lot of small stuff today. Mr. Jason says, now Mr. Jason has to see if he can afford the pre-orders. You have a very strict budget? Of course. Mr. Jason then goes on to say, the talking flowers are all right enough, Mr. Coin, but the actual game is 66 pounds and 99 pence on top. Yeah. Mr. Raspy says, I do appreciate when you don't say that you when you don't... What? Hold on. You do appreciate when you don't say that you appreciate that nothing has changed your state of being. Feels a bit pressuring on you. You want to be more incognito. Okay. I'll try to remember that. Let me move over to the red app. Mr. Gordogoku says you had missed it too. You were just watching lots of videos and it surprised you that you missed it. There's another place in the depths, but you'll send that later. That way you can get the stream started. Very well. One thing I do want to say is we are going to be going over a world tour of, you know, all these locations, all of them. That's not going to be happening until a little bit later on during our stream, during our, like, stream itinerary for the next couple of weeks. But we are going to be going through and flying one, like, area by area. So if you guys have any, like, obscure areas that you think I might have missed, do feel free to put that in the gaming table channel. And spoiler tag it just in case. Or you can always DM it to me, and then you don't have to worry about that. We're very much in the part of the game where there's really not much to be spoiled. I just also want to respect people at the same time. Mr. Rasby says, and just making sure you're not upset. I figured you weren't. You're just telling me. I understand that, Mr. Rasby. All I can do is keep working at it, right? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason already has Super Mario Brothers Wonder, which Mr. Jason spent 50 pounds on back in the day, good sir. But you played the first few levels and then went back to Animal Crossing New Horizons. So hopefully Super Mario Brothers Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus Meetup at Bella Bell Park may hold your attention for a little longer. You hadn't even completed the story. That's fair. Look, you know, Super Mario Brothers Wonder is not for everyone. It's quite trippy. If you're not used to taking, you know, open-ended mental trips, you are going to have some issues. So we want to go through here, right? This would be, yeah, right here. Yeah, so we are headed over to the docks. Mr. Jason says with that game, it got further than some good games, good sir. It got unsealed. Fair. Absolutely fair. We're going to go ahead and put on the climbing gear. Yeah, it got unsealed, but I mean, it must have just not passed the sniff test, right? Platform, I can enjoy a good platformer. I do own a couple of platformer titles. I mean, Super Mario Odyssey is one of them. Super Mario 3D World with Bowser's Fury is like another one that I own. I do enjoy the Mario franchise well enough. Just, it's not really what I want to do. Very well, good sir. Do enjoy your lurk. And with that, we are going to just head right over here. And thankfully not spend too much stamina. Now, for those of you that have played Breath of the Wild, you might recall this particular puzzle. We lit it up last time and a shrine appeared. Guess what? This time, no shrine, but instead, and I've kept a shield slot blank just for it. A shield passed down through the Hyrulean royal family, along with the legend of the hero who wielded it. Its defensive capabilities and durability outshine all other shields. Also, this got a shield guard up plus 10. So that's hilarious. We didn't just get any old shield. We got an enchanted one. a modifier on it. Mr. Coin says, Mr. Jason, this is what Nintendo Life said about the talking flower. It'll say random quotes on its own roughly twice every hour. You can also press the button on its base to make it speak anytime you like. It'll say specific things depending on what time of day it is, but don't worry, it'll keep quiet when you're asleep at night. What's slightly troubling, however, is that although you can long press the button to get it to shut up, the overview trailer states that this is only for a while at least. What the heck does that mean? For a while. Yay. And for those of you that are like, this is a shield, you can't use this. It's a one-time thing. No, that's not true. So with this shield, you can come over. If you ever break it, you can buy super expensive clothes at the armor shop or, you know, Cece's boutique. You could just go talk to her and you can go purchase it from her for 3,000 rupees every time you break it. Every time you break it. So don't go breaking the Hylian shield unless you want to pay a pretty penny to get it back. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason was just talking about the talking flower today, and then then Nintendo UK listed it. Nice, nice. Mr. Gordogoku says, yes, if you save before you open the chest, you can have any buff you want as long as you reload. Yeah, so you can, like, fish for the perfect one. Just the same as the pristine weapons in the depths. And then Mr. Gordogoku goes on to say, don't think it's a spoil, it's information. Yeah. Look, really, the only thing I'm going to ask people to not spoil is the following. The final cutscenes of the game. What happens when we defeat Ganondorf? The Ganondorf fight. I want to see it for myself. And, you know, the lead up. I know that we have 3 things there we need to fight. I know about the Lionel. I know about the 2 Gloom Hands. I know about those. Those are non-spoilers. You can go find them on a map. But just the events surrounding the end of the game. Just don't talk about those. Everything else, hidden mechanics, or small little bits of lore detail, those are all now perfectly fine. Absolutely fantastic to talk about. Is that a relatively straightforward explanation? Just nothing right now surrounding the end of the game. Specifically as it relates to Mr. Ganondorf and the cutscenes that follow afterwards. That's the only thing I care about. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, on the My Nintendo Store UK under New, you recall that it said 18 results. I read that little blurb earlier today. And then you checked it recently and it said 21 results. Nice. So they've added a few more things since then. Mr. Gordogoku says you try to keep it informational, not spoilery. Yes. And you do like the explanation? Yep, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, we've got the shield. What was my next point of order? Ah, yes. Now I remember. We're gonna go take care of Melania right now. I've already whipped up everything we need for that. I'm also going to make a super booklet which contains all of the resources you need to upgrade everything in the game. And by super booklet, here's what the super booklet's going to contain. Super booklet is going to contain all the exact items that you will use for all the cooking recipes, all of the armor upgrade ingredients, and the total amount of money you need. Finally, this whole bit with Melania. So those 4 things. Because I did some research, and it turns out that the upgrades for each level of boost for a horse are the same. All of the recipes required to upgrade strength or speed or pull or whatever or I guess it would be stamina. All of those are the same per level. So if you want to upgrade one horse, upgrade all your armor, and upgrade and or cook everything once, including the base forms of every elixir plus the fairy tonic, that is what I'll be including in that super book. Mr. Gordon Goku says you saw the recipe book. You're a busy bumblebee. Thank you. I'm not quite done with it, but all I need to do is just finish putting some math in the cells, and then the regular cooking booklet is good to go. The super booklet, I'm going to have to copy some stuff over. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is somewhat disappointed about one thing, Mr. Coin. Nintendo added a Joy-Con to pair light purple and light green, but the colors on it are just around the joysticks and where they connect to the Nintendo Switch 2 system. And that isn't going to match the blue and orange stickers around the connector on the system. Oh, Mr. Jason, you need to get black and gold ones. No, I'm joking. You don't need to do anything. But I'm forgetting that the meme is what? Black and gold or blue and white, right? Is this a black and gold dress, or is this a blue and white one? I saw blue and orange and thought you gotta complement the colors somehow. Now, Melania, I'm not here. I'm here to feed you a small feast. Enjoy. I'm here to enhance a horse. Strength. You'd like to enhance its strength? Yes, please. How delicious it looks. For that, I will be happy to enhance your horse's strength. Ready, set. Now, is this the same every time? Is this animation the same, or is it different? Or is it different per level? Let's see. I enhanced its strength. Your horse's constitution will now be more robust, its body more resilient. It seems pleased with its new abilities. While I'm at it, would you like me to enhance any other ability? So, there are two horses. Okay, you can enhance the gold one. I believe there is Zelda's white steed and this big horse. This steed says it does not want to have its abilities enhanced. I see that the horse has the noble air about it. As its companion, it is your duty to always respect its feelings. While I'm at it, would you like me to enhance any other horse's abilities? Sure. Mr. Jason says you do not believe that the talking flowers will sell out, but at least you've pre-ordered them now. And so if they do, the product page said limited 3 per customer. Wow. Yeah. You get around on the Nintendo collector's items, don't you, Mr. Jason? Let's enhance strength. Maximum stars are 5 on a horse for any given trait. I'm going to check the animations at each star level and per trait, and then after that we'll skip. Because I don't know if it's going to be different or not. Mr. Jason says you only require 2 anyway. Completely valid. Yes, I too would like to continue improving its strength. Wow. I think this is going to be the same per character. Mr. Jason says, you're so glad that there are Hotel Chocolat options available to Mr. Coin. At least Hotel Chocolat is there. I do like that that is available. That said, as you and I have discussed in private, I do need to be less broke first. And I mean significantly less broke. I'd have to purchase the Velvetizer first before it could even do anything. And that's like a $200 like purchase. It's just, it's bonkers, but... anything for the lap of luxury, I suppose. Mr. Gordon Goku says you love that you named the big horse Rohan. Thank you. I thought it would be a great name considering the literature reference you made. You named your white horse Shadowfax. Ah, also a Skyrim or you know, Elder Scrolls enjoyer. I see, a man of culture. Of course, you had to shorten it somehow. Fair. Nintendo always did have limited characters. Mr. Jason says something is slightly worse, good sir. What's that? Mr. Jason says that $200 Velvetizer was marked down for $285. They do like to charge a lot for their goods. Five strength. Now all that is maxed. Speed, yes. Speed, please. How scrumptious that looks. Yes, that would be sufficient for me to enhance your horse's speed. Rip. I'm almost positive this is the same animation all the way through, which is fine. Now we'll just check the traits, because all the animations were the same per level. You enhanced its speed. Your horse will now be able to run farther and faster than ever before. Mr. Gordon Goku says, you always wondered if the blue is his eyes or the black where eyes would go. You wonder which one were the eyes. It looks excited to go for a gallop. It's definitely... Oh, I can see why you think that, Mr. Gordon Goku. Yeah, the blue little, rhomboid shapes on top do kind of look like eyes. I will give you that. But I'm pretty sure the voids are where its eyes are supposed to be. Or the whole thing could be a mask and, you know, the eyeballs are nowhere to be found or somewhere else entirely. As a famous scene in a Star Trek movie goes, you know, Captain Kirk kicked someone in the knee, kicked an alien in the knee, and it turns out that knee was the alien's crotch. So you never know. Mr. Jason says, for $214, you could get a perfectly paired Valentine's bundle. Premium drinking chocolate, the all-new Velvetizer 2 cups, and a With Love H- box with a box of 14 heart-shaped truffles. Truffles sound good. And that's down from $315. Yeah, there's probably a bit of a markdown because lots of stuff is being tariffed. That and stuff will probably get more expensive after all the sales and stuff are finished. That would be that's just my guess based on what's happening around the world right now. Mr. Gordon Goku says, good call. Thank you. I could also be wrong. No, please, nobody take my word as like solid fact unless it's backed up by a source of some kind. That is just speculation. And everything I've read on the wiki about Melania does not talk about that whatsoever. So at best, I am being speculative on things. Okay, let's max out the stamina. In exchange for that appetizing meal, I will enhance your horse's stamina. Ready, set. I'm pretty sure this animation is the same. You enhanced its stamina, or I enhanced its stamina. Your horse should now be able to dash more often without tiring out. It looks quite grateful too. Of course. Now for the pull. Yum. Enhance its pull. Ready. Set. Mr. Jason says, but yes, Mr. Coin, while that client meant convinced when they added you as a moderator, they did a typo of coinvinced. And now Mr. Jason has added it to the channel lexicon. Coinvinced, huh? Everything can't be coins. That's ludicrous, but I do find that funny. Mr. Gordogoku says, well, you're always learning. Like I thought you had to have the horse with you. Knowing you don't makes it easier to enhance for sure. Oh, I couldn't imagine having to have your horse with you. Yeah, that would make this process just that much more tedious. Your horse would not be able to drag heavier objects. Look at it proudly flexing its muscles. I suppose a horse can flex its muscles. Now, we're gonna do this. We're gonna skip these. Yay! I enhanced its speed. Uh-huh. All right, I'll check for final upgrade text here. Your horse is already outstanding in all respects. Even I cannot enhance its abilities further. All right. Goodbye. Excellent. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, one of Nintendo Life's Talking Flower articles says, Mario Wonder's real talking flower. Sounds both charming and irritating. It's just to say, weird. Mr. Jason says, too true. And then he goes on to say, Mr. Coin, if you just left your horse somewhere, would it then be outstanding in the field? Mr. Gordogoku says, you can see the difference, but can you tell the difference? Old commercial joke. You'll be able to tell the difference with every sip or every chew, something along those lines. All right, why don't we go take our horse for a ride? Just kind of see what it looks like, how it feels to handle. Mr. Jason says, you've not seen Mr. Alundra yet today. You hope to see the good sir soon. Did you know there's actually a game named after him? Yeah, I believe it is called Alundra, and I think there are even multiple... I think it's even like a short mini-series. Like, there are multiple Alundras. Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. I overheard it in a stream chat the other day. Oh, I'm correct. Okay. Cool. Mr. Jason says, indeed, good sir, that is Mr. Jason's favorite game, but the sequel is kind of bad. I've heard that as well. The sequel is comically bad. What exactly is Alundra? Since it's your favorite game, you mind telling us a bit about it? Good sir, Mr. Gordogoku says you do wish the teleporting horse moved over from Breath of the Wild, but you guess the Zonite devices do the same thing? Yeah, more or less. You know, being able to put that type of mantle on your horse is just not strictly necessary, or they've just gone through and decided to do things completely different. It's fine. Just, we're going to go out here, have a little bit of ear ringing, it's fine. You're a night owl, I see. Welcome, you found yourself at South Akala Stable. Thank you for supporting the Stable Association. Since this is your first time here, we'll add 1 pony point, or 1 point to your pony points. Plonk! Thanks to you, Link, I finished that painting. That painting. My daughters sure are happy. I've even heard them say they'd like to ring it with their own special someone. I sure hope they find the same joy I did. Now then, once again, thanks for your continued patronage. Do you want to register a horse? Take one out for a ride? How can I help? Take a horse. All right, Miss Equestria. Take a horse. Mr. Jason says, Alundra is essentially Sony PlayStation's answer to The Legend of Zelda. I thought that was Dark Cloud, but maybe I'm wrong. You play as an elf boy named Alundra, who is a dream walker and enter people's dreams. Some of the dungeon formats are in dreams as nightmares, and you can cure the person by defeating the boss, but if you don't do it... Oh, I think I've vaguely heard of this. There is a YouTuber I sometimes watch. His name is GM Darius, or DM Darius. He's gone by a few different names over the years, but he's played a game that kind of sounds like that. It may even be that particular game. I'll have to look it up later. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason has completed it, but you need good depth perception. Yeah, I've heard that too. It's like a really interesting game. The Adventures of Alundra is the full title. I'll have to look that up. Fact 1. Un momento, per favore. Just took a picture of that, so I have it for reference. Oh. Would you like to change its gear? Nope, all set. That's all I can do for you. Thanks for using the stable, pal. If you're riding on a road, your horse will naturally follow the path, as is its instinct. Travel by road if you want to leave the steering up to your steed and just enjoy the scenery. You almost forgot. I almost forgot. Have you stopped by the stable to the northeast? Rumor has it that the horse god has moved to that neck of the woods. I've heard that he's very powerful. He can even resurrect a horse. Isn't that amazing? I bet anyone who appreciates horses would be happy to have him around. I wish he'd settle a little closer to our stable, but take what you can get. Mr. Jason says you will be delayed on the return after the break. Good sir, very well. Take your time. All right. Look at how fast this is. I think we'll keep it going for a little while. That never gets old. There we go. We'll travel on this for a little bit. Maybe go get an, well, I want to go park it actually, but we can kind of just leave this be and the horse will do all the movement for us, which is nice. Gordo Goku says that block of wood is a real drag. Too true. Party har har. Mr. Jason says most games of that day and longer ago, good sir, came with manuals. Ah, yes. Good old game manuals. These days, we're lucky if we get them in PDFs. The last prominent game that I knew of, I don't have it, but I know of it, that came with a manual, like a bona fide manual, would be Tunic. And Tunic has some special gimmicks with its manual. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but the Adventures of Alundra came with a manual, map, and tips booklet. Wow. Good one. Yeah, that was a good one, Mr. Gordo Goku. Compliments of Mr. Jason. Mr. Jason goes on to say, oh, Mr. Coin, Mr. Jason has 2 copies of Tunic? Let me guess. A box copy, or a collector's copy, and an original, or like a opened box, right? I'm not interested in dealing with any of these miscreants on the bridge. Let's get her back on the road. And with any luck, that should straighten out. Mr. Jason says both of the limited edition, one opened, one sealed. Well, deluxe edition, but I mean, deluxe edition is any edition, right? What's up, Mr. Jason? I just wanted to take her out for a little bit of a ride. And yeah, she is definitely like way faster than before. I can tell like a difference like as soon as she goes out for a ride. Mr. Jason says that Mr. Jason is being honest. Mr. Jason just purchased Tunic for the sole reason of the real instruction booklet, like the in-game one. Like I said, a collector in the purest of respects, good sir. Now we're just gonna go and I'm gonna change out this harness. Thanks to you, Link, the stable's whole feel has changed completely. May Daruk's divine strength protect everyone who visits this stable. Too true. Mr. Gordagoku says that would be trippin'. That would be trippin'. Absolutely. Now then, once again, thanks for your continued patronage. I would like to customize the horse. Let's change out the harness. I bet this Equestria is getting real tired of carrying the this harness. Let's give her the extravagant saddle and the bridle. Ooh, I don't know about that one. You'd like a different bridle? Yes. Sure, Traveler's Bridle. I only really care for that. Okay, never mind. I've heard rumors that the horse god moved to Akala. Talk is he can resurrect dead horses. Just the kind of thing you'd expect of a god. I can't help but think things would have gone a lot livelier. Would have gotten. My goodness, I cannot talk. A lot livelier around the stable if he'd come by here. Don't listen to me. I should stop complaining about things I can't change. Back to work, back to work. Nice. Oh, we customized the horse and then never actually boarded it. Board horse, please. Yes. Mr. Jason says, PSA, welcome to the Coin Stamp channel, home of original cointent. If you enjoy the coinversation, I've been convinced that this is a good place for you. Please give us a follow and enjoy the fun. I think that convinced is a little, makes the sentence slightly too clunky, but I do like, where your heart is on that one. That is a nice message, and thank you. I might have to steal that. if you don't mind. Goodbye. I'm not interested in any more talk of horses. What I want to do now is actually come over here. I know we haven't even focused on signs yet. Because we have one more quest we got to do first, or one more side adventure we have to do first. Insofar as my knowledge goes, anyway. If we get done with all of the signs and all of the other side stuff I have planned, my intention is to start combing over a list. I have a list of side adventures and side quests in the game, and you guys will be happy to know there are 60 total side adventures and 139 total side quests as per the ZeldaDungeon.net wiki, which has been fairly accurate, and I have used it a lot to help me, find certain things as I'm researching and stuff like that. Mr. Jason says, absolutely, feel free to steal it with pleasure, good sir. I should take a copy of that. There we go. Got a nice, good copy of it for later. But yeah, I've been using the wiki in the coming days to really kind of help me narrow down, you know, everything that we're missing. It's great. The only thing is, when it comes to like the side quests, right? They are not listed in alphabetical order. If you look at the wiki, which I will go ahead and let's do a test copy of a hyperlink for a second. The ZeldaDungeon.net wiki, like has a list of all of them. Does it actually show how many there are? I think it might show if you complete the game, honestly. Mr. Jason says, "You're pleased, good sir. You've ordered an HDMI 2.1 cable on eBay and it's just been shipped and it's with the Royal Mail." Nice. I know you're worried about every, so I'm glad that they're not servicing your mail today. Mr. Gordogoku says, "If you look at the adventure log, it shows how many there is." I'm sure that it does. It's just not showing that for me. I think either that's like a version difference or you have to beat the game. One of those two things makes sense to me. But it will show you all of the ones you've done, yes. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for sitting through that and for hanging out with me. I really appreciate the company. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour, which will be coming in about the next 4 minutes. We take them again at the top of every hour. They will last for 3 minutes. There will be a little timer in the upper left-hand corner of your screen at the top of the hour. It'll read 3 minutes. And during that time, I will, you know, get up and go take a stretch myself. So I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. Get up, you know, stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, something like that. Or, you know, don't spend that time however you please. I'm no one's boss. But when that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will be back at my desk and we can get right back to the gaming, which is the stuff people really care about. It's the part of content creation I don't like, but, you know, this stuff has to happen, and I'm trying to please everyone with the way I'm running the ad breaks. Mr. Jason says, the HDMI cable, I'm sorry, I missed one. With the ladder, you do worry every time. Too true. That HDMI cable is really just for the Nintendo Switch 2 dock set that Mr. Jason just purchased to have your Nintendo Switch 2 dockable at a comfortable height for mouse mode. Of course. Of course. Mr. Jason says you're spending those 3+ minutes washing the pots because Mr. Jason can't do Hotel Chocolat, the Nintendo hobbies, and a butler. Too true, good sir. Too true. Mr. Gordogoku says, "Oh, you're bad." No worries. No worries. You didn't think about it after having beaten the game. I kind of figured that was probably going to be the discrepancy here. It's fine. We can actually go over all that when the end of the game does come and we do get to see that tracker, I think that's really cool and is something that is quite frankly missing from Breath of the Wild. Because I did beat that game. I did look. There were no other trackers. You did not get help. You were just told, oh, you beat Calamity Ganon? Spoiler. Cool. Go back for 100%. But here is the percentage of the game you've completed. It told you that. It did not tell you anything else. So Tears of the Kingdom like does actually track all that after you've defeated actual Ganondorf. That's fantastic, and that is something that does get to go into the video essay as like a, hey, you know, Breath of the Wild is like the more nostalgic game, but Tears of the Kingdom has a lot of quality of life, and it is, you know, like the better game. You should go play it if you like all these nice, neat quality of life features. I think it's really cool. Mr. Gordogoku says it's a great help for sure. I'm inclined to agree. But again, we will know for sure, at least here with this playthrough, if that is a thing after we've defeated Ganondorf. We'll know that for 100% sure. Speaking of, if you guys have any other little details, do feel free to talk about those in the game channel, the gaming table on the Discord server, or you can always DM me as well. Every little thing helps when it comes to the video essays, and I will probably ask for express permission later to use some of your clips and in the video essay if that's all right. We can talk about that later. I am just at least putting that on the table, that making footage for a video essay is a time-consuming process. Mr. Gordogoku says you're at 97.03%. Nice! Nice. We can talk a bit more about that when I come back from the break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everyone. I am back. Hopefully, you all got something out of the commercial break that you wanted, even if it is just, you know, awaiting its end, so to speak. Mr. Gordogoku was saying most of it you learned from the playthrough? Thank you. That's awesome. Then Mr. Gordogoku goes on to say that was a quick hour. Yeah, time really is flying by now that the, you know, end of the game is like, we're getting close to the end of the game, so there's not, you know, you kind of lose track of time with the smaller slices of events that are happening. Whereas I find with the story, you know, I have to be very critically aware of the time. What is it? Can't you see we're trying to exterminate a bunch of resurrected monsters here? Oh, it's you, Link. I'm so sorry it was rude. It's just thanks to that blood moon, monsters are showing up all over the place. But Link, you have the strength of 100 fighters. Your arrival is sure to help troop morale. If we join forces, I'm certain we can get rid of those repulsive monsters. For Hyrule, for victory! Absolutely! Now we're just gonna blank their vision. Okay, that's 3 of them. Just don't let them do anything much, and we're probably good here. Pop. And then at least grab some of these. Because that is less arrows we have to worry about buying. Man, this guy is just getting beat up while he's lying on the ground. Fine. We did it. That was the very last one. We won. Everyone fought so bravely. Okay. Something appears to have been spoken. Oh, okay. Chat was just making weird sounds. Very specifically, my social stream ninja was making weird sounds. Mr. Gordogoku says GG. Thank you for the GGs, good sir. Everyone fought so bravely. Thank you for the help, Link. If you don't mind, can I have a moment of your time? Sure, absolutely. I have to say, Link, your skill with the sword is even more impressive than last time. It's a spear, but thank you very much. You've saved me time and time again. I admit, I feel a bit guilty about that. By the way, Link, I couldn't help but notice you don't seem to be carrying that famed sword of yours. I'd heard you'd have the legendary sword that seals the darkness. And yet what you're carrying now doesn't look like it would be considered legendary. Never mind me. I should know better than to judge things based on looks. This is the legendary Gloom Spear with a stick on it. It is legendary. It just legendarily saved your butt. That burn ought to really be...
It's against the law.
God. Here, allow me to give you this reward for all you did. Okay. We'll be heading northeast to the Akala Span in Akala to deal with things there. No doubt the Blood Moon is causing problems. Of course, if you joined us, Link, there isn't anything we couldn't handle, but I probably shouldn't say such things. May the goddess Hylia always protect you, brave swordsman. Absolutely. Now, did we advance a side quest, or no, not really? But we are good to collect that medallion. All right, it's sign time. Do 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 do. 10 points to anyone that can catch that reference. If you're a Nintendo fan, you'll know. it only has some of the best remastered tracks among basically like adventure RPG titles anywhere. I don't know, would that franchise be considered an RPG? Maybe a bit. It's got RPG elements in it. I'm not 100% sure absolutely like all sections of it would be considered an RPG. Anyway, I do have 1, 2, and 3 of that series, and I'd be more than happy to play it anytime. In fact, you know, I have played Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for the channel before. I did that years ago. Beat the game. Got pretty close to 100% too. It was a pretty good game. I'd love to bring some of the rest as well. That is... Let's get the Ultra Hand out. Mr. Gordogoku says, yeah, it's for the quest from the same guy under Lookout Landing. It's never ending. So it is Radiant. Good to know. Okay, so yeah, it's like this. And then like this at a 45-degree angle. Like that, basically. Oh, this needs to be a little bit higher, but or that's really about as high as it's gonna go, huh? And then we need like so. Let's see if that... Oh, never mind. Now it's too back heavy. Weird. Come on, Link. There we go. Mr. Jason has now returned. Good sir. Very well, Mr. Jason. Welcome back. You also made your mom, dad, and yourself a cup of tea? Nice. Basic black tea or something fancy, if and you don't mind my asking. Mr. Gordogoku says, yeah, it's from the quest from the same guy under Lookout Landing. Mr. Graylands. Yeah, him. The one with the medals, as you go on to say next. Yes, Mr. Graylands is the one that will point you to him. We just need to make sure we do the first instance of bring peace to X quests, and then we're good after that. I'm pretty sure this isn't gonna work because it's tipped over. Never mind. It's close enough. Mr. Jason says, you'd be surprised considering what you've told me over time, but nothing fancy for tea. Just a standard Tetley. Oh, I have boxes of Tetley here at the house. Whoa. I'm trying to get my folks to start using decaf boxes because that'll be better for all of us. My old man, my dad, he smokes tobacco. And the green herb, too. He smokes both, but mainly tobacco. And nicotine is a stimulant. It's like the omega of stimulants. And it's hard to quit, smoking if you're also drinking coffee, and if you're, and if you are also drinking sweet tea. Mr. Gordogoku says, yep. You've gathered from all the information, but Mr. Jason is not from the United States? No, he's not. I'll let Mr. Jason, deign to tell you that or not, because it is not my business. But I am but across the pond from him. That is probably as much as I should say on the matter. That was brilliant. I never would have thought of it. Oh, right. Let's get him secured. Mr. Gordogoku says, oh, you don't have to say where. You were just wondering. Understood. across the pond is pretty vague. That could be Europe. That could be, you know, the English Isles. That could be Africa. Fair enough. Mr. Jason said, oh, that is directed at Mr. Gordon Goku. Ah. Yes. That bit of dark history. I do remember. What are you giving me, Addison, for all this work? I essentially have to do your job for you, so it better be something good. Okay, one down and probably about 20 to go if I had to guess. We had to have done a good number of the side quests and stuff. I just... It's going to be so nice to go to the end of the game and realize, yes, Mr. Coin has already done all this. You know, and this is... You've done everything that counts, and what you've been doing the whole time has gone kind of above and beyond that. Which, in all fairness, I do want to go, you know, above and beyond. Like, even if the 100% is just, did you do all the quests? Okay. Did you get all the Korok seeds? Okay. Did you fill up the compendium? Speaking of compendium, that is something else. Look at all these missing entries. We got lots to fill up. A lot of them. So many blanks. And even though I'm scrolling kind of fast, if you see an icon of the category you're in, you know you have to go, like, you know you have to go get a snip of whatever that is. I got a lot of things. A lot of things. And there are probably some things that are not yet visible because we have not yet beaten the game, etc. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you know get away with is not the correct wording choice, but Miss Carly laughed earlier. She said that she loves how you take the piss, as Brits say, and people just don't bat an eyelid. Fair. Then you go on to say, Mr. Jason's Hyrule Compendium is done.
My glasses! I can't see without my glasses!
My glasses! I can't be seen without my glasses!
Welcome on in, Miss Carly. Thank you so much for redeeming that. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind on this fine day, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Speaking of, Mr. Jason says, speaking of the devil, and they shall appear. That is just a turn of phrase, so people are aware. That is a fine thing to say. But how are you doing, Miss Carly? You've come in at a good time. You have we are just about to we're on the warpath toward cleaning up all these signs. You know, that Mr. Addison has so, you know, graciously okay. I probably need to, like, be a little bit toward the middle of the cave, maybe. I can kind of see. I'm okay for combat. I just can't really read any messages. Mr. Gordo Goku says, wow, what a thing to redeem. Can you see? I have nearsightedness and astigmatism. That means I can see up close okay, like within a foot, basically. And within 5 feet, things kind of get fuzzy. I can tell, for example, that I have a door and there's a knob off to my left. I can tell that I'm in a room with black curtains. But any fine writing, I absolutely cannot see. I do, in fact, have to do this number to lean in and see. That's the whole point. It's supposed to be funny. But yeah, you know, I redeem these things because I know people will get some enjoyment out of them. As it's not like my vision is zero, but I would be considered legally blind, and it is why that I have these nice readers for that reason. Mr. Goku says, bless your heart, yes, funny. I mean, if it's not funny, why is it a redemption, right? That kind of thing. I think I have 2 minutes and 24 seconds ticking down before I can put on my eyeballs. And I am going to need these at some point. Mr. Jason says, I love this channel, Mr. Coin. Thank you. The redeem that Carly used really makes a spectacle of yourself. Too true. Okay. And no, closing one of my eyes doesn't help me see any better either. I am equally astigmatic in both. I do have better vision in my left eye as opposed to my right eye, because my left eye is the one that has just a better retina on it, better lenses, but really it's about the same. Yeah, I can't even pretend to fib that I am not nearsighted nor astigmatic with my left eye. I can't do it. Yeah, so like here on my game screen, I can actually see that I have, 5 characters. I can sort of recognize who everyone is. It's not that blurry. There's like mild fuzziness is the best way I would know to describe it. And the fuzziness gets worse the further out my vision is. Mr. Jason says, it is almost like fate. It's almost like fate sometimes works on the behalf of a troll creator. Sometimes. Mr. Jason says, best part. Or Miss Carly says, best part. I didn't even technically mean to redeem it. Though you might not have meant to, it is funny nonetheless. And it won't be that long before I can clearly see anyway. So it is fine. The main thing is that I don't want you to feel like you've missed out on points, because you in fact truly just did not mean to redeem that. Mr. Addison ought to be somewhere over here. Yeah, I can see where I've put an icon. Ah, my glasses. I finally found my glasses. I can see now. Oh, that's better. I do get a slight headache when I don't have them on, but I wouldn't put it here. I wouldn't have made the redemption if I didn't want people to use it. So please, 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 nobody worry hard about all of that. Just think of it as Coin can't read without squinting really hard for 5 minutes. My own sibling has redeemed this more times than most people in here have done in like three years. Trust me, I'm perfectly okay. Mr. Jason says, but yes, you now owe Nintendo UK 116 pounds and 97 pence in March. Oh, is it like on an extended like, goodness, why am I having trouble with words? Like a stretch pay or flex pay type thing. You pay so much per month. Good thing my vision came back just in time too. Mr. Addison, what the heck is this setup? Who is gonna see this? Who the heck is gonna see this? Nobody. Nobody is seeing this. At least this one's easy. We literally just take these things, staple them to a stake and, like, call it good. Like this. Yeah, something like that. And then we'll just get in across here and talk to Addison this way. Addison, buddy. Okay. Mr. Jason says, no, good sir. Mr. Jason does not require flex pays. You're just giving them that money so that you now need to make it work in your accounting. Mr. Jason plans to the penny. Oh, absolutely. No doubt. Yeah, things are so bad in rent-a-world, as I like to call it. Rental world, where you don't own anything. You're constantly renting everything. Everything is a subscription service. You know, things are dire enough here in the States that people are making extended payments on DoorDashes. It's really bad. And pretty soon that's going to be the norm everywhere. Mr. Jason says, but Hotel Chocolat does accept Klarna. What's Klarna? If you don't mind my asking. If it's like super sensitive or whatever, you can describe it rather than say what it is. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason is surprised that remortgage your home is not a finance option. It is in the States. Not only that, but you can also remortgage it under 50-year mortgages. Ah, yes. I love being a wage slave to the bank for 50 years to own my house. I love doing that. Don't you love Rental World?
Oh, give it a rest.
I don't. Klarna is just a credit agency. Ah, yes. I figured as much. Sorry, let's not get too mired in the real world. Mr. Jason says, oh, no. You mean Mr. Jason is surprised that remortgage your home is not a finance option for Hotel Chocolat. I don't think you want to be pawning off your home to sell chocolate, good sir, but that's me. Yes, let him go. You're gonna probably... Oh, well, hey, if it works, it works. Get him fixed. Get him fixed, Addison. Nice. I could actually use this. Okay, Addison, you're all right, I suppose. At least he's doing his best, I suppose. It could be worse. All right, next one's pretty easy. I suspect it'll probably take us about 30 minutes to do all these signs, and then we can go from there. But just as a bit of a reminder, and for those that maybe have still not seen the Discord post yet, I suspect that our time in this game will be coming to a conclusion in about 2 weeks, 2 business weeks, or 10 days. And, you know, a little bit of pushback because of the ice storm or whatever, but about 10 days. And there will be a couple streams coming up that are literally just going to be titled, you know, showing all armor upgrades, and another one called showing all the cooking recipes. Like, that's it. That's going to be the title of the stream. I'll even make custom thumbnails for that. We'll come in, we'll chat for 20 minutes, start the recording, explain how it's all going to, you know, work before we do that, of course. You know, chat a little bit afterwards when it's all done, and then call the stream. I'm going to make sure I've put in all the stops this time, because when I did this in Breath of the Wild, when I did this, I ended up having to go farm a little bit before we can even get started. It ended up being a 7-hour affair. Everyone was kind of tired and mildly frustrated with the experience. I don't want that again. So I want to make sure I am good to go this time. I am definitely buying every hearty salmon and carp purchased is like a... That's going to shortcut this process incredibly. That's the only reason why I'm stopping by before we head out the door and go get this next sign. All right, let's get to it. And usually I like to do these types of things at night. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, when Mr. Jason usually pre-orders something, it is usually at least 24 hours before Nintendo Life even posts about it. It does feel like a sixth sense that you sort of have. Yeah, I mean, you probably are good at spotting, you know, since you're paying attention to game news and stuff like that, you know, you are kind of able to tell when the bellwether on certain trends, you know, comes up. Mr. Gordon Goku says there are 2 hardy fish in front of the Rito Bridge. Small water and easy to get every blood moon. I probably should be doing that more often. Yes. Mr. Jason says you very rarely look at the news, good sir? Oh. Then how do you know then? Are you just on the store page that often, or is there something else? I'm just curious. Do what works for you. I'm simply would like to know. Let us... Okay, cool. You're not gonna make me chop up trees, video game. Great. But is it worth it to chop up a couple of trees? That part I don't rightly know. Huh. It has to be not too big, or it'll weigh it down significantly. And it also probably needs to be on a flat platform and braced properly. Like that. Let me double check messages again. With the Fire Emblem Fates limited edition, Mr. Jason says, for the Nintendo 3DS years ago, you got a thought once. Go to Nintendo UK. And then you saw it up for pre-order. After that, it lasted for only 30 minutes longer. So, yeah. Like a Sixth Sense. So, yeah, Sixth Sense, you anticipate things. But also, yes, you do quite actually just visit the store page very often. Which is totally fine. It's just worth pointing out that that is how it's happening. I used to be like that with a shopping center channel called JTV years ago. I would often peruse these things like clockwork. I kid you not. We're going to do this. There we go. And then... something like this as soon as I could get it in the correct position. Nice. Now, how will this stack up in long term? It would help if this gnarly little rock were out of the way. There we go. That should be good enough. Mr. Jason checks that site like a hawk. Yeah, that does check out. That does sound like a Mr. Jason activity, yes. All right, Addison, talk to me. Mr. Jason says, this is truly stacked against you. Let go, Mr. Addison. There you go. Now get to work. If nothing else, doing this, there is one benefit, or one of a number of benefits of doing these Addison signs. You know, if you are going through stores of food, doing these will actually give you some food stores to work with. They aren't super potent food stores, but if you're willing to spend, 5-10 minutes, or, 2 seconds if you got a hoverstone, stabilizing the signs, then, well, you do get mostly free food, which is not to be underestimated in this game. Free food is good. Oh, I should probably make sure I've actually gone to all the stables for the first time. That is something else that needs to happen, but that can happen, as we're kind of moving along and just doing the double checks, I suppose. I can't wait to start showing you guys, Ultimate Trial, which Ultimate Trial is a fun game. I'm not going to spoil any lick of that mod ROM, but It is fun. I have beaten it, you know, in my own free time before, you know, a few, like, before its most recent or most updated patch. It was a fun experience. I quite enjoyed it. Ooh, I bet we could probably ascend right to the top through this. And then after that, I look forward to showing you guys how challenge runs work with Elden Ring Reforged. I'm pretty sure that's, like, just based on the whole, you know, the way the votes are turning out so far, it is going to be streamer's choice. And I'm at a point in my life where I do kind of need to downsize the after stream activities a little bit, which making thumbnails is an after stream activity for sure. I'd like to be able to make one consistent good thumbnail that I can then, you know, use for other purposes. Well, I get the rest of my life all sorted out. Mr. Jason says, if you can help it, Mr. Coin, you tend to set funds 14 days before a pre-order. You're really on top of it. Absolutely. Yeah, I try to make sure I've got funds. Well, when I regularly bought pre-orders, you know, when I was a college student, I did do that, and I did make sure that my money was set aside. Okay, we're going to... I think we could probably just buttress this. And then just make sure that, you know, the other side is, like, also buttressed properly. That is not what buttressing looks like. There we go. We do it like something like this. Just put a couple pillars. They actually don't even need to be together to make this work. Mr. Jason says, good news, good sir. You've planned the 2 talking flowers and you still have a reasonable 120 pounds and 1 budget. Nice. Absolutely fantastic. Of course, I have left the door. It shouldn't lean forward, but I am going to put something in front to ground it toward the bottom, just in case. Like so. There. And that should probably just stabilize this. Not quite, though. This is certainly getting a little bit more complicated than I had imagined. There. That probably will work. Mr. Jason says the game is out 2 weeks after the Talking Flowers. Oh, right. Yeah, the Nintendo Switch 2 edition. Yeah. Is that what gaming is going to be right now? It's just a bunch of remasters? I mean, remasters are cool, or like, you know, specific console editions are cool, but I worry that's kind of going to be the future of gaming. And I'm kind of bummed about that, because it kind of means that creativity has died in the name of short-term profits. See, I'm a capitalist by my raising and, you know, what I've learned and what I've chosen to profess and believe in. Capitalism gets a bad rap because of 2 things. Number 1, cronyism. It's rampant, it's everywhere. Some would even say the default state of capitalism is cronyism. I would disagree with that. We have the Nordic model to look at. It's what happens when capitalism is done correctly. But, and also capitalism, the other thing that I guess gives capitalism a bad rap is, you know, it has been weaponized just like socialism and communism have been weaponized as philosophies instead of just government or state management tools. When it becomes an idea with a sword is when it's a problem. And ideally, you look at long-term profit, not short-term profit. But right now, everyone is looking at short-term profit and short-term profit first, which is why all of these unstable... it's part of why all these unstable decisions are happening. Both Mr. Jason and Mr. Gordogoku says, seems like it. Yeah, I'm really bummed because creativity is in fact losing out over profit. And this is before getting into the whole AI thing. Mr. Jason says, oh my god, Mr. Coin, you feel like there will be lots of Talking Flower reaction videos for Mr. Jason to watch eventually? No doubt. Hopefully, you know, there'll be good reaction videos and not, you know, here's how Nintendo pulled off this scam, etc., etc. Mr. Jason goes on to say, but Mr. Coin, you sure can't wait to open a Talking Flower, try it out a little bit, then take the batteries out and store it away. Ah, yes, it gets the Furby treatment. It goes into the closet. Or it goes back into the box, never to be opened again. Because you never know when those battery-operated periodic messages are in fact going to, you know, spawn a Hellgate somewhere or something along those lines, if the memes and copy pastas are to be believed. Try letting go, Mr. Addison. Thank you. Over-engineering is in fact a solution. Get to work. He's such a derp. Such a huge derp, too. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason is okay with that. Mr. Jason as a troll creator has been banned from hell. Ah, yes. Even Lucifer himself does not want to deal with the annoyances of a troll level creator. Possibly. I don't know. I think a certain part of Lucifer would probably entertain that, as keep you around as a jester devil of sorts. And, you know, if the biblical version of hell is not the only version of hell that exists. I do want to point that out. I apologize for the somewhat metaphysical conversation we're about to have, but a lot of different people have, you know, come up with versions of hell. There is a rather famous book, a rather famous grimoire of sorts, as it were. It's called the Ars Goetia. It's part of the Keys of Solomon. And the Keys of Solomon tell a person how to consult with the Dukes of Hell, you know, and their legions, the 74 or 7, I believe it's 74 or 6, you know, overlords of hell, the dukes, the marquises, the generals, and so on. They all have a unique, distinct, different evocation condition, and you can talk to them. You can sort of summon them. I'm getting into the weird occult stuff today. Mr. Jason says, "Oh dear, Mr. Coin, one of Mr. Jason's budgets has dropped to 80 pounds left. It's low for Mr. Jason." Well, it stings, but I you know, that is how budgets work. Sometimes stuff happens and the budget has to be recalibrated. If people are wondering why the heck I'm here, I am here to get a monster chest, very specifically, and then after that, we're off to go build another sign. Pretty sure that chest is right over here. This might be a repeatable chest, in which case we don't need to worry about it. I didn't need to worry about it, but I wanted to make sure it was done. What was I saying? Right. An example... Well, okay, I didn't finish context. So it's like, what's the point of evoking these guys from a different dimension to talk to them, right? You know, just outside looking in, why would you summon the armies of hell just to talk to them, knowing full well you would give them purchase in our world? Well, the idea behind the Keys of Solomon is that the specific summoning conditions or evocation conditions, should you choose to follow them, and as long as you follow them precisely, you will more or less be summoning them temporarily for some purpose or task or thing, and then they go back to their dimension, in this case, hell. A lot of them are said to have knowledge over herbs, gemstones, the hard sciences, maths, the histories and humanities. Some are also even said to be able to charm other human beings and make them wed you at the snap of a finger. The Court of Solomon is truly like an interesting bit of history. What on earth do... I see. You want to do this, huh? Very well. I think... How do we want to manage this? Yeah, how do I want to manage this? I guess let's start with a wooden platform. Kind of figure it out. Or maybe... hook it in like this. Yeah, something like this ought to work out well enough. Mr. Jason says your discounted bus travel card was due to expire on the 1st of February, Mr. Quine, but recently you got a letter with one expiring on the 14th of January, 2028. Oh, fair enough. So you've got a nice, way to get around for a while. That's good. Mr. Jason says you seem to be hooked on these puzzles. Indeed. Speaking of being hooked, I was a kid that was hooked on phonics. Fun fact, both my mom and my dad got me, when I was a young child, we got the... You probably don't need one this weighty. Something like this ought to do nicely. Got me hooked on phonics as a kid. They were these little audiobooks with, like, language exercises, because I didn't speak my first words until I was about three. Excuse me. Tree-fitty. Let's do that. And then let's maybe... I doubt that's going to make it stable, though. So what we actually probably need to do is something like this. We need to, like, build around it. Or it might be possible we can keep out by standing on one side. There we go. And maybe something like this. Just kind of keep it from falling over on that side. There we go. That should be sufficient. Now we just stand over here to talk to Mr. Addison and go from there. Mr. Jason says, but yes, good sir, it seems very interesting that Mr. Jason was talking about the talking flowers in his stream this morning, and then Nintendo added them for pre-order. Wow, sixth senses do be sixth sensing sometimes, as they say. What was I saying? Right. An example of a Duke of Hell that you could summon if you knew the summoning conditions for it. He goes by the name of Duke Decarabia. Kind of manifests as a 5-pointed star. Sometimes it's drawn as a starfish in modern day art, but it is just a 5-pointed, like, star with an eye in it. And he is... he's supposedly one of the weaker dukes, although weaker dukes could still crush a human no problem. But he is said to govern you know, the secret knowledges of herbs and gemstones and other fine things. If you want to find treasure, you talk to Decarabia to do it. You go through the motions to summon him and talk to him. Occult books certainly are at least somewhat interesting. I say this as, you know, being someone of a moderate to heavy spiritual persuasion as a Christian. I am very secure in my faith. I know who I believe in. And you certainly don't want to underwrite the overlords of other dimensions, such as hell and otherwise. Like, there is scripture that says, worship no other gods before me, which would in fact at least imply that other sorts of gods or deific beings do exist. But you give them due respect by not just, you know, discounting them or writing them off as, like, you know, scribbles. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, you know how Mr. Jason very much loves and values being a moderator? In one stream that you're not a mod in, you had a laugh with the streamer. A viewer said, may I ask you a question? And the streamer said, yes. But to the streamer, you said, you bet that this is a bot. I bet that this is a bot. The viewer returned a little while later and said, do you want to buy my overlays? And I simply said, called it. The streamer laughed and banned the bot. And then Mr. Jason shot his shot and said, your overlays are really nice, but your moderator ratio is a little lacking. May I help you with that? Kappa. Yay, it works. Nice. And did this streamer make you a moderator? Was that the end of that story? Or, you know, are they like, nah, thanks, but I got it? Mr. Jason says, that's what you mean about what the amazing Ms. Carly said earlier, good sir. You have quite a bit more leeway than most people. I can see that. Mr. Jason says, no, but it was still funny. Fair enough. Ooh, I see. That's blue nightshade over there. We might want to... I'm going to grab that. Because we do need it. Oh, when it's nighttime. This is a great time to try to find these signs, because that's going to make things so much better for me. So much better for us, even. You know, just being able to, like, move really quickly. We can cover quite a bit of ground like this. People are probably thinking, where's your knowledge of the occult coming from? You know, a combination of getting exposed to it through Shin Megami Tensei, that wonderful occult Pokemon game for adults. I say Pokemon, it's not Pokemon, it just plays like it. It's a turn-based battler with mechanics in it. But, you know, I would get exposed to other things and I'd go look it up. A lot of times you're battling with stuff from folklore and you're not meddling with deities or you know, finding out about them, but you certainly can. Mr. Jason says you'll always respect the rules as that's just who you are, but you do openly push the bar a little and people just don't bat an eye. Well, you push them in the right way, I guess is what I would say there. The push is in the right direction. Trust me, people push boundaries all the time and do it the wrong way. You have to be subtle. If you're gonna push what people will find acceptable, you really have to boil them alive in a pot of boiling water by raising up the temperature real slow. And that is to say, if you want to push people's boundaries, you need to do it. You need to engage with a principle called the foot in the door principle. You do it slow. You get them to admit or, you know, do smaller tasks toward the thing you're wanting them to do or the thing you're wanting them to accept. And then afterwards, you can pull off a much bigger ask, so to speak. Oh, I just want to like staple 2 of these together because it should be stable enough on its own. Mr. Addison has actually done most of the work this time, which is like pretty darn good. Just like this. Perfect. Off in the distance, my senators and inductees, that is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I know I've already chatted away about you guys supporting me for free. You all being here is enough for me, but if you want to support my work further and more directly, I have a couple of easy options for you. Available to everyone through either Twitch or YouTube. You can check right under the Twitch video player in the About Me section or the bottom of the YouTube description. Once on the link tree, Patreon will have a peace-shaped logo, Coffee has a panel, Kick, Twitch, and YouTube have icons next to each other. My Instagram, Blue Sky page, and Discord server take up the remaining icons. Available only to those on Twitch are the other easy options. The bits purchases at the top banner on twitch.tv, spendable for any of the power-up rewards or as direct bits donations on Twitch, or the subscribe button near the chat panel. You'd take my heart out of its Faraday cage if you click on that Patreon or the coffee. But again, you guys simply being here is enough. Thanks for listening to that stuffy and boring explanation. Now, back to the content. Thank you guys for listening to that and for hanging out with me so far today. You guys have been wonderful. We do take commercial breaks around here. One will be coming up in the next 4 minutes, 3.5, 4 minutes. When that happens, there will be a little timer above my head. It'll read for 3 minutes. And during that time, I will have gotten up and gone to have grabbed a stretch. I highly recommend everyone does the same thing. You know, get up, stretch, grab a snack, get a drink, do whatever, really. Or don't do anything. Spend your time however you like. I'm not your boss. But once that timer reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk. And we can pick right back up where we left off with the gaming, because that is what we are here to do. That is what we are here to see. And chatter too, I suppose. Bit of both. But I know what we're not here for, and we're not here for the commercials, I can tell you that. I think most of us are rather fed up with being advertised to on a near daily basis. So, speaking of not advertising, let's catch up on chat a little bit, assuming that needs to happen. And then we can keep things moving. Mr. Gordogoku says jinx to Mr. Jason. Oh, this was in response to the seems like it comment. Okay. Good to know. And nothing has changed on the purple app. So, oh, I still have this. Oh, I need to not have Discord on. That's on my bad. Why don't we pick up our rounds of wheat, and I may want to shuffle out the crop. Maybe put some carrots in. Catch some frogs while we're here. The simple things in life. Mr. Jason says yes, or I'm sorry, Mr. Gordogoku says, yeah, you're lurking for now. No worries, Mr. Gordogoku. I'm glad you're here at all. Your company is much appreciated. All right, let's reap the fields. And one more time. I'm sorry, that was a bit too close to you, Miss Uma. Mr. Gordogokus is tracing those steps and finding those 8 seeds. Good luck to you, good sir. Godspeed be to you. I hope you find those relatively soon. Well, I'll be. Don't you know how to rest? Here to check on the field? Plant something else. Be able to get back what you've planted. You don't mind? Alright, what are we growing? We are growing sun pumpkins. I need a few of these. You can leave me to it. Just know that this kind of work takes time. That's all there really is to raising crops, you know, love and patience. The veggies take life at their own pace. Try to hurry things along at an inn or a fire and you make them feel unappreciated. We'll have to continue chatting after the commercial break. See you guys then. Sorry about that, everybody. Let's do it like this. make sure we straighten up nice and good. Hopefully you all got something that you wanted out of the commercial break, even if it is just waiting for it to be over. I don't see anything in either of the two chats, so we are good to keep things moving. So speaking of moving, let's move along this dialogue box, shall we? Once they're ripe for plucking, they're all yours, Professor Link. Happy trails! Yay! I'm gonna be waiting on pumpkins a lot. Or carrots. I don't think I can grow Endura carrots, but I've not tried yet. But it's sign time. We got at least 2 signs, a monster chest. I know for sure that one's a monster chest. And you know, quite a few other things left. Actually, we're running out of Addison signs. We've only got a few left. I'm hoping at some point Mr. Addison will say, you know, hey, thank you for helping me with all these signs. Here's this like paraglider fabric or whatever. Cool. That is a medium-sized thing. Stick it under the panel. Grab a pillar. Like that. And then this will probably tip over without a... Except that is not at all what I was looking to do. Just gonna stack 3 like this. Pick them on the back of the platform. And that should be enough weight to keep things from falling down. Link, please pick this up. All right. Let go. Nice. Get him up. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Jason. Welcome back, Mr. Coin. If there was ever a Super Mario Maker 3, we would absolutely need talking flowers where troll creators could set their own text so that we could misdirect the player, as well as have a way to insult them. Oh, yeah, I'm quite sure there's a Super Mario Maker 3. They're going to allow the use of the Wonder Engine, and that is going to make all kinds of shenanigans pop up, or be possible that otherwise weren't. What's up, Mr. Jason? Make sure this is put back on the paper towels. Perfect. Nice. Oh, and it is 4 in the morning. That's okay. I'll show you guys what I've been doing in order to continue moving fast when I want to, you know, go out or, like, move on land. Just do this. Mr. Jason says, when Nintendo showed off Super Mario Bros. Wonder for the first time, they showed off the hippos. Most of the world was like, cute. Mr. Jason was like, ooh, think of the anti-soft lock possibilities. Ah, yes, the priorities. The trolling priorities. Oh, the anti-soft lock potential. Probably the same is true of the elephant power-up as well, assuming that that is a thing that gets to be carried over into a Super Mario Maker 3 type engine. I can definitely imagine there are going to be some puzzles that require you to manipulate physics in a way that if you do the physics manipulation, you will very much be in anti-soft lock territory. We're going to just do this bit right here. I don't think so. Go back to what you were doing. And that wind is going to ensure that the... Okay, sure, I'll take it. That is a bow I did not have previously. Mr. Jason said, I'm sorry. Welcome back, Miss Carly. I trust things have been going smoothly for you since the last time we've talked. I've just been, you know, putting my nose to the old grindstone, one Addison sign at a time, as they say. Mr. Jason says, you see, Mr. Coin, hoppos are bouncy in the name, and they roll. So imagine a room with two inclines on both sides and a spike in the middle at the bottom, and you have to find a way to get them to bounce off each other just enough to let you jump in on the spike. That's the ante right there, right? Yeah, see, I know enough about trolls that I know the basic premise of what an ante would look like. Now, of course, one can get more creative. You just don't want them coming this way and torching all these goods. Ah, hello, Aracuda. Bye, Aracuda. Oh, and the Lizalfos is also here. Dang it, I'm sorry, what? That's funny. That's funny. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Miss Carly saw Saremu play a level that wasn't even a troll level, and Miss Carly said that she was perplexed even before the troll level. Yeah, was it like a, out of curiosity, I don't know if you remember, Mr. Jason, but was it a, I need these bass. Get back here. Was it like it was just a traditional level, like a traditional platformer. Okay. I thought maybe it was like a speed running level, or else like a, you know, like a challenge level of sorts, but I guess not. Why are you giving me entirely pillars, game? I suppose you want me to do something like this. No, that is not quite what I wanted, video game, but pretty close. Okay, but put those three kind of like there. Put one in the middle like this. Slide this in through here. Oh, yeah. I don't know of one that hard locks the switch, but I do know of one made by Carl Sagan 42. I believe that's his name. He made the Wiggler Cafe, and it hard locks the game. You actually have to log out of the game to get it to behave. All because of Wigglers. Water and Wigglers. Oh, you and I might be thinking of the same one, Mr. Jason. Yeah. Specifically Wigglers and a Shelmet, which causes the Wiggler to bounce, and apparently it just behaves really funky with water physics. Yeah, that is omega amounts of evil right there. Okay. Now we just stabilize the sides, I think. Or do what we can to stabilize the sides anyway. Let's see if this works. I remember having to make something kind of like this last time. Come on, Addison. This has to be enough. Yeah, see, I didn't need to go through and engineer all that. This was sufficient. Actually, I'm pretty sure the 3 pillars, along with the 2 hooking around on the back of the panel, was probably sufficient. But yeah, the hard lock is evil. It's just evil. Oh, everyone got a good laugh and completely excoriated him for that level. Carl Sagan as like the like evil mad scientist troll level creator out of the troll content creators. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, you made one level where you have to drop a POW block onto a conveyor belt hidden behind skull platforms. But if you go to the conveyor belt and place the POW block, it immediately comes back and soft locks you. So what? You have to basically, what, throw... It looks like you probably just throw away the POW block and go right on the conveyor belt? Just without... speculating without necessarily knowing any of the other, you know, details. You have to drop it from above. Ah! So it's likely a positional tracker, or else, you know, there's some mechanism that checks for an item dropped at a certain... I want to say that sounds like a certain Y value, if I'm remembering right. Could even be off screen. I know some of the basics. I know what people like might put in mechanisms, although I do not know how the mechanisms themselves are built. This is what happens when there's cross sections with like Defender or other creators that have gone on to YouTube and talked about this type of thing. They'll sometimes do demonstrations, but for the most part, they'll just talk about the thing if they do it.
Ah.
That was funny, Mr. Coin. What's up? That was falling. Oh, slowly falling. Yeah, that's at Miss Carly, not myself. This one is over here, which I will replace with a red pin. You certainly are a noisy little thing, aren't you, Minoru? I guess a construct would be noisy, so that makes some amount of sense. You certainly aren't going to hear the clatter for footsteps. I also wonder if there's a new quest at the Typhlo Ruins that has to deal with Minoru. We had quests for the other 4 stages where we had to, like, use their abilities on a puzzle. Yeah, the Super Mario Maker 2 community can be very polarizing, for sure. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, what's up? What's up, Mr. Jason? I did not mean to do that. Instead, I meant to do this. Miss Carly says, this is not making you want to play a troll level. That's fair, and depending on how insidious you are, or insidious they are, you may not want to play another one ever again. Because they could be that obnoxious. Mr. Jason says, when you do your review, are you going to give Minoru some constructive criticism? I see what you did there. Probably. Mr. Gordogoku says you found one? Nice. It's by Gliok. No wonder you passed it by. It's probably the one I'm thinking of that's like right near Gliok is like in the Gerudo Highlands. There's one by Frost Gliok. Yeah, it's literally like right underneath it. You kind of have to sneak up on it, or otherwise you're going to end up having to kill a Gliok just to do a puzzle. I'm just gonna take that and keep moving. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason would have bullied the Gliok and then found the Korok. I kind of had to do that myself. Yeah, they can... Some of the ones toward the edges of the map can be kind of cruel. Or really unusual to spot. Oh, there are 2 of these. Nice. That... Kick that off to the side. Pull out this nice medium-sized panel. Put that here. Something like this, maybe. Oh, that straight up doesn't work. That's got to be a slat, not a pillar. I thought it was a pillar. I should have paid attention to the bracket shape. Yeah, it wants this. Like that. Mr. Jason says, what do you think of the sand? What do you think to sandgleox, Mr. Coin? Creatures that can be that are a bit thinner than a standard one, but can duck and dive under the sand. That would be kind of cool, not gonna lie. Mr. Gordo Goku says you're hoping that your missile monster eyeball method works. You genuinely had them. Here's to hoping, Riot. Good luck with that. Just gonna staple that. Put that here, maybe on the other side. And then come stand over here and talk to him. Excellent. Perfect. Get to work, Addison. No one's paying you to stand there. You genuinely hate them. Silly autocorrect. No worries. Thank you for the clarification, though. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, since the amazing Miss Carly can now stream Nintendo Switch games, you're really looking forward to Miss Carly's Tears of the Kingdom 1000 Korok Seed run? I don't think she's going to want to do that. I'm going to be straight up honest. Like, she has seen some of this journey when we were hunting 1,000 of them. I promise you, there are few people that do this sort of thing unless they're specifically trying to complete the game. And that is specifically a goal that she has with games that she streams. Yes, she will have to go through 1,000 different puzzles of agony. Otherwise, one of two things. I either expect, not for the Koroks to be touched whatsoever, or what I've heard most people do is they stop about the halfway point where you have all your weapon, armor and bow slots, or I'm sorry, weapon, shield, and bow slots like fully unlocked, and then they just don't touch it again. Or she finds some different number of slots she's comfortable with and then just doesn't touch them anymore. That would be my personal recommendation anyway. 1,000 Koroks, just to have a big giant, waste of time occupying your key item slots. Not fun. Not fun at all. Both my sibling and I have talked about it pretty extensively with each other, right? We're mostly on the same page. I'm a little more... let's see. I'm a little more lenient with this type of stuff. But even then, as lenient as I am with collectathons that kind of don't have a real purpose, the Koroks have pushed pretty well beyond that boundary for me. Just too many of them. Too many of them for too little reward, and all for some inside joke that really could have been, like, honestly, the key items themselves could have just been the joke all on their own. There didn't need to be 1,000 dollops of them to make it worse.
So it begins.
Thank you for the check-in, Mr. User 11. Welcome on in. Good to see you, good sir. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind. And I do hope that you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We're just cleaning up the last few Addison signs that are here. And then we'll be getting started on... We'll be getting started on some side quests. We'll be going down the list and making sure we have them. Mr. User 11 says, just came to say hi. No worries. I'm glad you've even stopped by at all, if I'm being honest, Mr. User 11. I'm just happy you've stopped by. Since if you're, when you do get headed out the door, it was good to see you, and I do hope that you do take care of yourself and stay safe out there. That said, I'm very much looking forward. I think I've said this like 6 times already. It's one of, I think it's like the Picard effect, as I'll call it, where it's like, Picard kept kind of going, like Captain Picard from Star Trek kind of kept going through the same motions again when the Cardassians captured and tortured him. You know, he kept kind of like going, kept being partially delusional after, you know, being tortured and denied food and water for long periods. Eventually, you know, at the end, he was able to do something completely indignant and say there were 4 lights. Like, that was a, like, vision test that he was tortured with over and over and over again. Yeah, get all the way down there. I'm not done with you, Mr. Construct. Oh, thank you for that, Harry Unovo. Much appreciated. Mr. User 11 says, anyway, you're gonna head off. Already saw that there's no stream tomorrow, so see you next week. Very well. Thank you so much for stopping by, Mr. User 11. Again, it was good to see you, good sir, and I do hope I get to see you sooner rather than later. But if not, if I don't get to see you again, for whatever reason, do rest well, stay safe, and take care of yourself out there. And with that, I'm going to catch up on chat because I think I've missed a few messages, and then we'll keep moving. Oh, Mr. Coin. I told a friend on Discord that I pre-ordered 2 talking flowers. Ah, nice. Mr. Jason's friend simply replied, not surprised at all. Yes, you do tend to order in 2s. It is a very Mr. Jason thing to do. Miss Carly says, wait, who was kidnapped and tortured by the Kardashians? Oh, no, not the Kardashians. Hold on. Let me see if I can spell it here. The Cardassians are a fictional race of not really human and reptile. That's not like the right way to say it. They have some reptoid anatomy, but have like human heads and faces. They've got like ridge plates and stuff. Typical Star Trek fare. It's a Star Trek race. They are known as Cardassians, and they are part of a group. Obviously, they inhabit a planet, I think, that's called Cardassia, and have the Cardassian Empire. And the Cardassian Empire is known for subjugating a lot of different races. They are not on the best of terms with the Federation from Star Trek, and one of the things they do is they capture Captain Picard from not The Last Voyage. I think it's Star Trek The Next Generation, something like that. I think that's the particular season or series. Yeah. They capture him and torture him by, you know, starving him and going through vision tests in an attempt to break Picard and make him, like, say some secrets. Miss Carly says, that makes so much more sense. You know, the Kardashians are shady, but you didn't think they were that bad. No. Seedy, shady people, yes, but not, I'm gonna, come in and violate several Genevan conventions. Bad. Definitely not on that level. More of the, I definitely have no qualms with going and pulling off a crypto rug pull, allegedly. Kind of bad. Bad, but not violating human rights. Bad. No, absolutely not. And if people are like, wait, where the heck is this crypto talk coming from? Oh, in such a case, I have to say allegedly because I am not 100% sure, and that's only because of what the reports have to say. But Caitlyn Jenner, a She had she's a former Olympic gold medalist, and she supposedly engaged in a crypto rug pull. That's what that's from. Or maybe not a rug pull per se, but a rug pull in the sense that honest people did definitely lose out on a bit of money from crypto investments. Now, I think crypto, personally, is about as bad for the earth as AI is. You know, crypto mining requires computers. It requires, you know, dead or like graphics cards who only serve the purpose of like mining for crypto. Why is that? Oh, are these like, do these not glue up right? Yeah, they don't glue up right. That's weird, but okay. I would really like this to stop sliding away. Thank you. Anything change on the YouTube side? No. Okay. Yeah, that doesn't work. I wonder if I could do it like this, though. And then kick this through the... Oh, yeah, that's too big. That was never gonna work. Wait, what am I doing? All we need to do is put a snowball in front of this. Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. All right, Addison, talk to me. Wow, that actually really was the solution. I didn't know you could do these with snowballs, but I guess it makes sense. I guess it does make some sort of sense. Nice. We are running up on the last few of these. I think we have maybe 2 left. No, 3 of them. 3 of them are left if I'm looking at my map right. And now I get to go back through and, you know, fly all over the map again and flag all these monster chests. We also get to maybe start going through the compendium as well. And I'll be using the object map to help me with that. By the way, if you guys do want to, you know, follow along as we get all these Addison signs and travel up and down the... Mr. Gordogoku says, do you know the difference between snowmen and snow women? Snowballs. That's a good one. That was a good one. I quite like that joke. It's mildly dirty, but I do like the joke. Look, as I've said before, and I'll say it again, this is not a place for children. I mean, I'm welcoming to children, but you know, this place has been appropriately gated for people that are 18 and up. You know, parents, if you don't want your kids hearing what's spoken about, you really should consider making sure that you are parenting them properly and controlling the amount of exposure to people that they get online. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if the age for internet access moved to 16 as opposed to anything else. Gonna grab this nice panel right here. Why did I not service these? I wish I serviced these much sooner. Mr. Addison's doing more of the work here. The later ones, he's just like, screw it. I know Link will come and help me do my job. Mr. Jason says, PSA, the parents are watching. Insert distortion here. easy sign. Get to work. But yes, please do parent your kids. You know, I get it. A lot of people don't have the time to do that, and it's by design. You know, pay attention to the phrase, "You are the carbon they want to reduce." That'll tell you everything you need to know about how certain social policies are being implemented. The fact that things are getting more expensive and people are choosing to opt out of having children, it is very much for a specific reason. Don't let people hoodwink you with the surface reasons. Go deeper. Ask why. When what worked before was just as good. Why make things more expensive to have kids when most people could accomplish the same rules without doing that? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, when you use those flat pieces, I find your solutions quite palatable. Nice. Pallets. We're using pallets to like support signs. Pretty good one. I'm looking forward to not seeing your face anymore, Addison. Definitely looking forward to not seeing your face. Or maybe we'll see him once it's all said and done. Last two are out here. Mr. Jason says, when you finished off literally everything else, you were forced to help Addison. Truly a sign of the times. Truly a sign of the times, for sure. Absolutely. We could have continued to do other stuff, but I wouldn't have liked doing Addison as like the last task. I kind of think that's a bad taste to leave in everyone's mouth. So I would very much prefer to get this out of the way now so that one of our last menial tasks can be something more like, I don't know, if I look at my Discord here, I have a nice little roadmap that I've put together for everyone. The last thing I want us to like see is like all the cooking recipes before we like something that although we don't have to do it for 100% or anything, it's the this is how far we've come journey. That is what I want us to like see before fighting Ganondorf. Also, by cooking all of these recipes before we fight him, we also serve the purpose of preparing ourselves for that fight at the same time. Miss Carly says because the time you join watching your streams, you miss quite a big chunk of gameplay, so low-key, the only things you know about this game is you're building stuff for the acorn-looking guy and the Koroks. That's totally fair. So to describe this game in like a nutshell without spoiling it, you are essentially... You kind of go through the game, something really big and bad happens, and you are sent to sort of fix the big bad things that are happening. That's always been the premise for Legend of Zelda titles is you're always saving someone, you're always going out of your way to help people, and to what extent kind of determines, you know, how much of the game are you fully completing and so on. But the rest of this really is just you're solving puzzles, you're helping people, you're getting rewards, and at the end of the day, you get to kill the big bad guy who's been terrorizing folks, and you get to have some semblance of normalcy. That's usually how the Legend of Zelda titles work. I haven't described any specific plot lines. This is just the game franchise as a whole. That's just how it works. And I've done this very specifically on purpose in case you decide to play it. Nice. We got an iframe, but I do not think this is going to be enough to keep this from falling over. I think we're going to need to put like a buttressing panel in the back. Oh, come on, game. Don't do this. Miss Carly says it's on your list, but games are so expensive. Yeah, yeah, definitely wait until there's a sale before you even think about this. Games are, at the time that Tears of the Kingdom like was originally ported out, it was like $60, and the Nintendo Switch 2 edition, of course, is like 70 or 80. And games are bound to get more expensive as more and more and more rare earth minerals get gobbled up in the never-ending quest to incorporate AI in everything. I can't tell if we're barreling towards Cyberpunk or Shadowrun in terms of, you know, dystopian nightmare futures. I really can't tell which one. One is there's cybernetic implants and your goal is to kind of like burn up corporations and prevent them from doing scummy, stupid stuff, I guess. I was merging two words, one of which I probably shouldn't say without a good reason. Or, you know, Shadowrun, it's like everything is fake. Everything is fake. There are alternate, you know, underground plots to overthrow governments, or, you know, worldwide racial subjugation is happening, etc., etc. And the, you know, the stupidity, brain smarts versus common sense, street smart is very much an overlapping theme in Shadowrun. It's a wonderful tabletop system. I wish I could show it to you guys, but I mean, I have the games. Hold on a second. Miss Carly says some dystopian hellhole mix of the two. Clearly. Mr. Gordugoku says, it's up to you, but your local library should have some games. At least yours does. U.S. libraries ain't that good. And if that was in reference to Miss Carly, then maybe. I know the state libraries don't have... Well, I don't know. The last time I visited a state library was 8 years ago? Yeah. No. No, the last time I visited it for myself was 8 years ago. I have been to a state library 5 years ago. I do not go to the library very often. Miss Carly says, "Do you know what Guy Fawkes Night is, Mr. Coin?" I do not know what that is. No. What is that? If and you don't mind my asking. Mr. Gordugoku says, "Oh my, 8? Yeah, I have the internet." I have the internet. I don't need the library. I can read just fine. Now, if the internet gets snipped, then yeah, you know, reading the library may become more of a necessity. But I think if the internet is getting snipped, the books are probably also being burned at the same time, so we'll have bigger problems than I can't read. Mr. Jason says, "You know one thing, Mr. Coin? You can craft 1,000,000 benches and place them in every corner in your island in Animal Crossing New Horizons, and the residents will still be like, nah, I'm sitting on the floor." Fair enough. Miss Carly says it's a very strange holiday in the UK where we literally celebrate a man failing to overthrow the government. That does sound very strange. Usually holidays are celebrated because someone overthrew the government, not because someone failed to do that. But I guess, you know, if we're in dystopian hell world, which we currently are, it does make some sense that a holiday like that would exist. Mr. Gordugoku says, "Library has way more than it used to, for sure. You encouraged me to try it. I'll consider it." I don't know if my little Podunk 2-state area would have anything. And maybe... I might be lucky because of where I am in the two-state area that I might be able to access something like that. I'll give it a look-see. Mr. Coin says, Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, did you know that the Brits in the 17 to 1800s actually set fire to the White House? I thought that was the Canadians, not the British. But I do know that setting fire to the White House is the reason that there had to have been, that the Geneva Conventions were called. I know that much. That we literally wouldn't have had them without the White House being burned. Mr. Jason says, also, Mr. Coin, speaking of libraries, the collection of hot chocolate on Hotel Chocolat is called a library. Ah, makes sense. Miss Carly says, we have a bonfire and there's usually a straw man chucked on it, at least where you live. It's a whole thing. There's fireworks and all. It's bizarre. Yeah, that is bizarre. We have a holiday. we have a holiday for, you know, escaping such things. It's called Independence Day. I did not mean to sound condescending there. We have a holiday celebrating the opposite kind of thing. So I do kind of find that almost unnatural. But if people enjoy the holiday, who am I to judge? You know, if people don't like that holiday, they need to go, you know, talk to their government officials and get them to change that law. Mr. Jason says this is the 250th year since independence. Yep. Too true. 250 long years. And it's all going to be tumbling down real soon. Miss Carly says you love telling your American friends about it. They all have the exact same reaction. Like myself, the Brits are strange. It's not really... I wouldn't really classify that as strange. I classify the holiday as strange. I would not class the Brits as being strange. They are fine, non-fair weather friends sitting across the pond from us. They are not strange. They are our beloved friends and allies. That is how I choose to see it. Your opinion and mileage may vary by American, depending on the American you speak to. All right, let go. Bingo. It moved, but it did not topple over. Good. What's up, Mr. Jason? Oh, I'm out of... Oh, the camera was doing a weird. It was out of focus for a minute. You gotta love technology. Goodness knows I would not have been as... If I had never started streaming, I would never have been as familiar with computer setups like this as I am now. I would have been familiar enough to game, but I wouldn't have been familiar enough to do anything else. Now I can go to other places to put up more signs. Oh, right. This is the second to last one. Okay, I was like... welcome on in, Dreamwalker7552. I'm gonna call you Dreamwalker if that's all right. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both body and mind, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. You've come in at a good time. We are cleaning up Addison signs. If and you don't mind my asking, how familiar with Tears of the Kingdom are you? Is it a game that you've completed multiple times? A game you've beaten once, a game you've only played a certain number of hours of? No matter what that answer is, I do try to ask that question to all my incoming audience members to, you know, direct, you know, comments on spoilers or, you know, give us other stuff to talk about. I am curious what you mean by refiner. Mr. Jason says, you were in a stream earlier and this one American friend who was streaming said that their weather is currently garbage. So you said, uses translator, garbage, translates. Ah, yes, rubbish, 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 garbage, filth, trash. We have such harsh words for things we don't value. The most elegant of those words is, of course, detritus, debris. You know, those words. We do have fancy words for garbage. or disposable things, but I do find it funny that in English we tend to use harsh vowels for things we don't care about. Mr. Jason says you've completed this game personally and you just go back on occasion when you feel like bullying a Lionel or Gleeok. Fair! Ooh, bright-eyed crabs. I need these for the planning book. I need these for the cooking recipes. We need a lot of them. How many bright-eyed crabs do we even have? 127. Even with all of the seafood recipes, I'm pretty sure we do not need that many. Pretty sure of that. Mr. Jason says he was super excited for Miss Carly to meet the Gleeoks and the Lionels. I'm sure the novelty will wear off quickly when well, I don't know. Not everything is frustrating to everybody. I mean, there's always a circle of hell people can enjoy. I'm really bad about coloring people's views on certain things before they've even done them. So I'll try not to do that. But the Gleeoks can be mildly frustrating at times, and this is coming from someone who has spent hundreds or a couple thousand hours in Soulsborne titles. Elden Ring, Dark Souls, Sekiro, that kind of thing. And even I find them tedious or frustrating at points. Miss Carly says, "Aw, you'll give him a hug." I hope that goes well for you, Miss Carly. I hope that goes well. All right. They literally want us to chop trees. Why do I smell wood? I'm sorry, that's a dumb sentence. Why do I smell burning wood? Not going to be doing any of that in the game. I wonder if someone's got a burn pit set up outside. There are people that do that here in my two-state area. Even though it is, you know, illegal to do that without a permit. Yeah, fun fact. Burn pits require a burn permit. If you do not have a burn permit, it is illegal. You cannot do that. You get in lots of trouble for that. It's bonkers the kind of stuff people will do, thinking they can get away with it without any kind of, you know, government eyes on it. And it's real stupid. If someone, like, burns something and the fire department has to get involved, it's not going to go over real well for them. Sometimes people are just so stupid. Rural, urban, I've had people try to burn things in cities. I've had people burn them out in the country. It's really common to do that in the country. I've also had people try to burn things in little suburban areas. It really just does not matter. And especially with today's, like, garbage and trash, like, it's not even... Most people, at least that I've had the good fortune of seeing set up a burn pit, are at least smart enough to know not to burn, like, household items as trash, because of all the chemicals that are contained inside those objects. You create very deadly, nasty fumes. And, you know, that literally contributes to A, global warming, and B, you know, acid rain. Like, all those chemicals end up in the, you know, global water supply, and we end up with acid rain. It's really bad. Some people just do not care. They don't care. And I'm, as someone who is a non-philosophical druid, or I'm sorry, a non-Celtic druid, as someone who venerates nature and respects it highly, it makes me upset when people aren't being responsible with their burn pits. Truly. Plus, people breathe in that smoke, you know, and that can cause cancer, all that kind of stuff. Burning leaves and stuff is good for the environment. You literally return some nutrients to the soil when you do this, but Most people just don't put any kind of care into stuff like that. I'm always really frustrated when I see a burn pit that hasn't been properly maintained, or, you know, isn't disassembled when it's finished. That kind of thing. Let's get him standing. Please tell me that I haven't missed a sign somewhere. With your help, President Hudson is now standing proudly and firmly in place. It fills my heart with joy to see him doing so well on his own. Take this with my thanks. Also, you must be hungry after all that hard work, right? Let me give you a little something I made myself. But I still don't feel like I've thanked you enough. This is a little something from my premium collection, a special gift from me to you. Now I can go to other places to put up more signs, huh? Am I? Oh, okay. Hold on. I'll read more in a second, but let's catch up on chat. You hear that off in the distance, my senators and inductees? That is an ad storm. In about 5 minutes, it'll blow over us, and then we can get right back to the gaming. Thanks. I really appreciate everyone's time that they've spent here. It means the world to me. It would also mean the world if you could electrify my algorithm by following my Twitch channel, subscribing to my YouTube channel, liking the video and or streams on YouTube, and even leaving a comment. Doing all of those things ensures that when I zap your feeds with a live or a long-form content notification, you don't have to worry about missing any quality content. Thank you guys for listening to that stuffy, boring stuff. And thank you for being here with me today. We do take commercial breaks at the top of each and every hour. The last one for the day will be coming up in about 4 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a little timer above my head. It'll read 3 minutes, like 3 minutes and 0 seconds. During that time, I will have gotten up to go get a stretch. I highly encourage everyone to do the same thing. It'll make the break pass by faster. You know, go get a stretch, grab a drink, get a snack. Or, you know, don't do any of that stuff. Spend your time however you please. I'm no one's boss. But at the end of those 3 minutes, when the time reads 0 minutes and 0 seconds, I will have returned to my desk. And we can get right back to the gaming, the thing we're actually here for, along with good conversation and plenty of lovely jokes, of course. Or yes, even just simply awaiting for me to return, as Mr. Jason has put it. Let me catch up on chat and go from there. Mr. Gordy Goku says, yeah, GG, thank you. Miss Carly says, you totally hug that. The Lionel, yeah, they're cute in their own way, I suppose. You mean, she goes on to say, I'm sorry. She means she thinks she thinks that thing would burn her before she could hug it, but she'd sure try. Or, you know, gore you with any of its horns or other stuff like that. Yeah. It wouldn't let you get very close, but you could try. The closest you can get is hopping on top of its back to give it a bonk on the back of the head. That's about as close as you can get to that. But that is close. That is extremely close. That's touching, even. Mr. Jason says, or eagerly anticipate the return of Mr. Coin. Too true. I'm all out of signs. Miss Carly says, you're sure you could cutesy your way close enough to get it a cuddle? There are some items that'll let you do that, yes. There's a mask that'll let you get closer. And if you keep your weapon sheathed, like you don't actually like approach it, or you don't attack it from stealth or run at it, you actually can get fairly close. The Lionel are considered to be honorable duelists, and they do have some honor when fighting their opponents. Don't try that with any other creature, though. You'll get mugged or robbed or you know, bonked to death. I'm all out of signs. I did it. I finally spread the legend of President Hudson all across the land. But it wasn't just me. I couldn't have done it without you. No matter where I found myself, you were there to keep President Hudson or his signs standing. There's no doubt about it. You truly admire President Hudson, though still not as much as I do. I'm giving you a very special present to thank you for all you've done. I'm sure you'll love it. Tough fabric bearing an image of Hudson, hand-drawn by Addison. It looks like it could be used to make a paraglider.
Ah.
All right, time to go back to Terrytown and tell Mr. Hudson the good news. Wow, I want to go and actually see this. Oh, that's going to be great. And we can turn in the 4th monster sculpture as well. Mr. Jason says with Gleox, they fight dirty at 25% health remaining by going up incredibly high. Yeah, they do that. They have like a final or special attack that they do, but it's really not that. It's not quite that bad. You always have an avenue to deal with it. Where's that pin? Pin, come here. Anyway, see you guys after the commercial break. Sorry about that, everybody. I am back. Hopefully we got something out of the commercial break, even if it was just waiting for it to end. And I'm glad to finally have this whole bit with Addison behind me. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing what happens when he returns to Terrytown. Mr. Jason says, welcome back, Mr. Coin. Mr. Jason did a little bit of research recently. You opted to wear the Majora's Mask and got the sages to hit a Lionel. And you kid me not. You stood completely still as Link, and apart from when an attack from the Lionel was unavoidable, as it was aiming at the sages, the Lionel completely ignored Mr. Jason. Nice. So yeah, if you do the main story, and get the right items, turns out you can just put a summon build in the game and let your summons, your friends, do all the hard work. Sounds like a right good old time for some folks. Anyway, I'm curious. I know we could be doing other things, but I need to know what happens when we return to Terrytown and Mr. Addison is there, probably pestering the ever-living daylights out of Mr. Hudson. Assuming that, we do get finished with the Monstrous Collection side adventure or side quest, which there are five of those total, and we're about to go do 4, or turn in the 4th one. Oh, that's one thing off my shoulder. All done and dusted. Oh, Mr. Coin, check the stable trotters around stables 2 for Mr. Addison. Oh, really? Okay, I will do that. Should I do that now? I mean, I've already flown over here, so it might be a touch late, but maybe he'll be around traveling. What am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing? Over here. Right, over here. All right, four skull. How about this picture? We had one for quest, I'm sure. This is it. This is the fox I've been desiring. Maybe borrow it? Go ahead.
Oh.
Just leave it to me. I'll have it made before you can say son and done. Quick and quality, blink and we're done. That's why every son chooses Hudson Construction. This dude probably sounds like a complete doofus when he's singing that. I do like it more than Bolson doing the part, though. Done and done, as promised. Used my imagination to fill in the blanks. Mr. Gordogoku says, just a heads up, or maybe call it a hint. Every simple animal has to be pictured, even the many different types of birds. You want to wish me luck with that? Seriously? Thank you. Yes, we will be documenting all of that. I have not forgotten the compendium, but I did perhaps forget to factor it in our timetable. We'll have to see. Thankfully, really the only part of the timetable that has to be fixed is the armor upgrades and the cooking recipes. Those are very specific chunks of time. Those can be moved up but the rest can all be moved up or down or back or forth as we see fit. So if I need to take a couple of days to do the compendium, we take a couple of days to do the compendium. Also, as a reminder, this is a good time to mention this since I have not yet done so. We do have a Discord. I would love for you guys to come on and join if you aren't already there. We're voting on what game to play next, what major project to play next after our palate cleanser game is taking place. We are going to be concluding votes on that in 2 weeks' time. So if you guys want to make your mark on what next major game we're going to be playing, the Discord is the only place where we do that. if you are subscribed through Twitch or you have a Patreon or Coffee membership, you do also get one extra vote toward this particular thing, or any vote item really. So you are incentivized to make sure your memberships are up to date, before everything concludes. Because wouldn't it be here? This channel is the only place that I know of where you can buy in on democracy, where you can buy in on an honest election, and it is fully and completely transparent to do so. Way better than what we have here in the States. That is to say. That said, we'd love to have you. We post pictures, we talk about game stuff, all that sort of business. We've had quite an uptick in activity. It would be really good to have folks in there. And the onboarding is mostly automatic as well. I highly, highly encourage you to join. And again, I'd love to have you. Yeah, we'll check the Stable Trotters next after this. It's astounding and overwhelming. This sculpture could stun even the boldest beholder into silence. Probably. Mr. Goku says, sounds good. You seem to have it taken care of to the bit. Awesome. I at least know what order I want to do things in. Whether or not it gets taken care of, or if it gets taken care of in a timely fashion remains to be seen. But I at least have a good idea of what I'm doing. Yes. It was nothing. This thing is certainly something, though. Now, it would make a grin grow between my ears if you could select the perfect spot on the stage for this sculpture. Sure. That would be here. Let him know once you placed it on the stage. Oh, this thing gets to be front and center. Oh no, it gets to be up there at the top. I said it gets to be up there at the top, video game. There we go. All right. I found a nice spot for it. Look up there at the top. Ooh, ooh. I'm stunned. Stunned. I prance around on all fours, but I'm stunned. Mr. Jason says you didn't like doing the frocks when you did this, as it never is flat. Yeah, it kind of like especially with the stuff you have on the stage already, it can kind of be quite a feat to get it to fit nicely on said stage. And yeah, I've noticed that it never is completely flat. Oh, look at me. My legs are so wobbly with excitement. Vivid, so vivid. This is a Frox. And made so tastefully. It's just as perfect as I dreamed it would be. True, it looks so real. I'm a little worried it might take a snap at me. Snapping jaw frog. Yes, now let's put it before every face in the village. You'll give him a jump scare. Don't do that. I would be freaked out if I saw this thing in real life. Hear ye, look, come see. This is the rarely sighted Frox. But do not fear, draw near. This is the only place you can safely admire. I like how they're standing back extra for this. This is the only place you can safely admire such a monster up close. The only place. Goodness me, who knew monsters got that big? This sight has stolen your eyes. Now give me your ears, all of them. Once again, this monster with a foreboding look is called a Frox. Gobbles up all it sees, and sees all that it wants to gobble. Oh, but if it saw you, you'd be into its mouth and down its gullet in no time at all. And yet, the ore on its back twinkles and sparkles in the dark depths of the earth. It must be quite mesmerizing. I'd love to put my eyeballs upon it just once, but no, I don't suggest you try it. Could be the last thing your eyeballs see. Gotta save us all. Look and learn, then you won't hate. Understand what you fear, and you'll feel great. For those with an open mind, wonders always await. Nah, they wait with bated breath, good sir. Seeing the frocks right here like this, I'm happy beyond happy. Here's a gift for all you've done. The monster saddle. Kilton handmade this saddle. Apparently he has some sort of monstrous horse in mind as he worked, or he had some sort of monstrous horse in mind as he worked on it. It looks strange, but it is certainly usable. Use this with your favorite horse. It goes with the things I gave you before. And this is for you too, as usual. Yay, extract. You've helped make my dream come true to build a collection of monsters from around the world to share them with all, to show people that monsters are people too. They're not. I'm sorry, but monsters are not people. They're meant to be understood. They're not meant to be. You know, you don't ride them. That's for monsters to do. Thanks to you, we keep bringing these wonderful monster sculptures to life. My delight is extreme. I've got to admit, I'm feeling pretty inspired. If you have any other monster pictures, please show them to me. I'm happy to make all sorts of sculptures. Okay. A grin is sure to grow between my ears if you have any monster pictures Hudson could use to make sculptures. Got a monster in mind? My heart goes la la la. In that case, I'll ask you to make a statue of the mightiest monster there is. And which monster most deserves that title? Why, of course, it's the King Gliok. Now, one very rarely puts eyeballs on the King Gliok, but once you do, hoo-hoo! Its huge body is covered in black scales and its wings go whoosh whoosh. A different horn grows on each one of its 3 heads, and when it attacks, fearsome is the perfect word. The mightiest monster, that sounds exciting. Of course, if I have a detailed picture, I could sculpt any old monster. I'll be back momentarily with that picture. You know exactly where it is, too. It's right over here in the Gliok Den, the only place where you're gonna find it. What's up, Mr. Mr. Jason? Something the matter? Someone is definitely burning wood outside. Mr. Jason says, do you remember when you said you solved that issue with stats? I do. Let me guess. A different problem popped up, or it was never solved in the first place. One of those 2 things for sure. Otherwise, I'm open ears. That giant thud is always going to make me think that I have a monster to worry about, but that's just Minoru moving. Mr. Jason says, yes, sadly. 2 are still unaccounted even after counting retired staff. Huh. Okay, I'll have to... Does it... It lists all the roles based on the tags you put in, right? Or does it not tell you which tags are being used? Or, like, which roles are being tracked? I've never seen the inner workings of the stat docs before, so I'm kind of mising and musing about it. Mr. Jason says, correct, the TCC stats go off tags. Okay. So I trust there is a tag in there that is just not easily visible. That would be my guess. There's some tag we've forgotten about. Some old tag that that would explain the discrepancy somewhere. Come around here. Blood Moon has already happened, so I'm pretty sure our dear friend, the King Gliok, will be over here. Right through this passageway. Just gotta get nice and close. I'm gonna try to get a nice full frontal. All right, come closer then. Oh. No, maybe not. No, stop blocking each other. Nice. And I got dinged with, like, gloom as well. Nice. I want to get them without doing that. I may not be able to, and I might just have to take the picture that's going to be happening. Hold on. Yeah, they're off sync right now. You just have to shoot your shot. Yeah, I could see that. Well, we've got what we came here for. Let's take this back over here then. Hopefully the gloom won't come up in the shot, but it might. And if in that case, I might have to go to one of the distant sky islands to get it to get like a nice picture. I hope it's not going to be... Well, it was standing on the ground, perhaps. Oh. Mr. Jason says, it can't be the 2 Super World Champions because then we would need to count 5 Troll Castle Legends and then that makes 7. Yeah. It's got to be a different role. I think I've accounted for the missed message, good sir. Mr. Gordogoku says, as long as it fits on the stage, you should be fine. Well, we're gonna find out if it does. I was just trying to get a good one without them, you know, blowing breath, but I wasn't able to accomplish that. I had to get it in mid-flight, probably. There we go. And then they should disappear inside Terrytown. Perfect. Let's see. I don't want to eat the frozen meat. I want to sell that. Mr. Jason says the only other 2 that you could think of are the Neds, but that is irrelevant as they are counted under staff. But maybe there's double counting, right? Maybe it's double counting the non-executive directors. I don't know if that's what's happening. That's just a musing on my part. Maybe some role is being double counted. Yes. How about this picture? I should have made tea today. I did not do that. I don't know which one would be better. I guess I'll take the one that doesn't have this in the shot. This is it. This is the mightiest monster of them all, the King Gleok I've been in search of. Now, this is a good picture. Nice detail. I can use it to make that sculpture. No problem. Go ahead. Indeedy. Said and done. It actually really is doing that. Miss Carly says you're going to head off to bed now. Thank you for the stream, Mr. Coin. Good night. I imagine we will talk at some point over the weekend. If not, have a good weekend and stay safe with the storm. Thank you so much for being here, Miss Carly. It was good to see you, as always. Do rest well, and I do hope I get to see you again, my lovely senator. But if I don't get to see you for whatever reason, do stay safe and take care of yourself out there. And with that, we are going to see if this is going to be a problem. Mr. Jason says that's the only issue when you grow to the size of the TCC, but hey, if that's the only issue, then we're doing great. Yeah, we're working on the rest of them. Well, we're about ready to, you know, start stage 2, so I think we're progressing really nicely within the TCC. And, night, Miss Carly. Use my imagination to fill in the blanks. Magnificent! Yes, this is the mightiest of them all, the ultimate sculpture of an invincible monster. It was nothing. It was invincible. It was nothing. Now, it would make a grin grow between my ears. Won't someone decorate the stage for me? Maybe face it that way. Are you serious? How on earth is this supposed to work? Help? Okay, game. That's the problem with a flying pose. Okay, I got it. Puts them back on the podium they came from. Wait, you can do that? Well, I've got it working for right now, but I imagine you probably can put them back. It works. Dynamic equilibrium, everybody. Thank you for the GGs. Yes, Kilton. You said what? I say what now? Behold, the king of the sky. To think that we could stand here unharmed beside such a thing. What a thrilling thrill for one to feel. Crafted with such good taste, too, I see. It's everything I hoped it would be. I know it's a sculpture, of course. Still, even I'm surprised at how imposing it is. Yeah, it's even more imposing because it is standing on the tippy tip of its tail. Yes, and now we must show it to all the eyeballs in the village. The game has apparently decided this was too much of a There we go. Hear ye, yes. This is it, the most monstrous of all the monsters, the King Gleeok. But do not fear, draw near. This is the only place it's safe to admire such a monstrous royal. Up close, the only place. I think the game was trying to figure out how it's going to make this camera angle work. It is nothing short of astonishing. It has three heads. What would I do if I ran into something like this? Like this. I hope I never find out. This sight has stolen your eyes. Now give me your ears, all of them. I say again, this monster is the fearsome King Gleeok. Fire, ice, lightning, powers possessed by plenty of monsters, but our noble friend here is unique. It controls all three elements at the same time. And while it looks like a beast from a book of stories, I warn you not to dream of meeting it in the flesh. If you were to come face to triple face with this monster, arriving home alive would be quite unlikely. Remember, please, reckless adventurers should beware and keep away. Eeh! Just seeing this one here is plenty frightening for me. Mr. Jason says, under members at least, the client says 228. Okay, at least that's working. Mr. Jason goes on to say, if there was a Gleeok that could turn invisible, would that be the element of surprise? Too true. Mr. Gordu Goku would say, run! That was in response to Miss Bronson saying what she would do in response to it. LOL, you would run if you saw it. You couldn't run. There isn't a soul alive that I think could run faster than that beam was moving. Humans top out at 28 miles an hour. And those are athletes. On average, a human being will... like a normal human being will top out at about 12 miles per hour. A crocodile or alligator could outrun that. And they top out at like, what? Somewhere in the mid 20s to 30s, and cheetahs top out much faster than that? Yeah, good luck. If you're more likely to like outrun it by finding cover than anything else. Never mind what other kinds of powers it could come across, it could call upon, or, you know, if this thing were flying around, it could probably promptly fly around whatever cover you're using and catch up to you. Yeah, but I would probably try to run too, for the record. Thank you. Introducing the King Gliok to everyone. What an honor. Please allow me to reward you for all you've done. Yay, a diamond for taking pictures. That's actually worth the reward there. For me, there's nothing more valuable than the monster sculptures I received, but I know gems are what most folks desire most, and here's the usual reward as well. Yum. Thanks to you, my dream is nearly complete. To build a collection of monsters, to share them with everyone, to show people that monsters are people too. Thank you. The King Gliok sculpture was placed on the stage, and Kilton treated the villagers to a presentation about the monster. It's been a dream of Kilton's to teach folks about monsters and help them see that they have good traits too. He's thrilled to be on his way toward making that dream a reality. Thank you very much for the GGs on that. Now, there are only 5 of these, but I wonder if you can tell him about if he'll ask you to bring in another monster. Thanks to you, we keep bringing these wonderful monster sculptures to life. My delight is extreme. Got to admit, I'm feeling pretty inspired. If you got monster pictures in your possession, Hudson can make more sculptures. So happy will I be. Which one? You've already fulfilled each and every request of mine, but if you insist on assisting more, I do want to decorate the stage with all kinds of monsters in all sorts of poses. Sure. Mr. Jason says, interesting, you may have a breakthrough. Enrolls in the back-end staff says 15, but you're sure you counted 16. You'll double check. Very well. Yay! Oh, that's all those side adventures done. I think for the last 27 minutes, what say we try to find some of the compendium pictures? And then, you know, not Friday, I'm sorry, that'll be the ice storm. On Monday, we can start, you know, working or double checking the side quests, because I don't think you guys want to see me look over a list to see what I do and don't have. I think that's boring. So instead, we're just going to work on the compendium. There are a lot of these pictures that I have taken off and on camera, but I have taken more off than on camera. I'd like to fix that. So, what I'm going to do is pull up a list. Mr. Gordokoku says, as long as it's in the fence, you can bring any Gliok you want. Wait. To answer your question, I'm sorry, I'm probably not parsing what that's in response to. As long as it's in the fence. Oh, you mean as long as it's here in this fence. Okay. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know how we're gonna fit all of those monsters. I think we're probably not gonna fit them all, but we could sure as heck try and make some room for some of them. I'm very lucky that we can even do some of this. Mr. Gordo Goku says, you said you could bring more King Gleox if you wanted. Oh, yeah. I mean, if I wanted to try a different pose, I suppose I could. Yeah. That much is true. They will fit in the fence, but they are certainly going to be a long creature. And I'm willing to bet there's one image for each monster in the compendium too. I also wonder about something. If we can like use a boss photo. I'm actually quite curious about this. Let's try. Check out this picture. Okay, I'm actually pretty happy to report that there is no such thing as boss sculptures for this game. I'm feeling pretty good about that. Oh, there's nothing for this monster. There is something for the other 4. Mr. Gordo Goku says if it has a skull. Yeah, just look at the markers and it'll tell you. Mr. Jason says you knocked a King Gleok out of the sky, waited for it to recover, and stand up, then took a photo. As thanks, Mr. Jason, let that one live. Ah, yes, a very Mr. Jason thing to do, I see.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
We even get it in its desiccated form. That's pretty freaking nice. That's funny. That's at least slightly funny to me. Okay, so I've brought up the Hyrule Compendium, and we do have quite a thing to go find. We've got some horses. We're just gonna start right from the top. Mr. Jason says you love how Queen Gibdo is also nice and flat. Yeah, that is true. I do like that this time. Just look at that magnificent work. This must be put on display too. Go ahead and decorate the stage with it as you see fit. Oh, at this point, he even tells you, you know, put it on the stage. As long as it's, I don't know if this is gonna work. Oh. Oh, okay. He isn't gonna do a presentation on them anymore. That's kind of cool. I guess we can turn in another few sculptures, I suppose. Interesting. So at this point, we are basically, like, done. And we're just, like, decorating the stage to decorate it, right? Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, what's up, Mr. Jason? Mr. Gordo Goku says, welcome to the Pokemon Snap of Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it starts off strong and then it kind of falls flat on its face, huh? Mr. Jason says, Mr. Jason just has Ganondorf chilling in Terrytown. I do need to save a spot for him, for Mr. Himbo over there. I do need to do that. Don't worry, I'll make sure he has a spot in the center of the stage. Right for him. Nice blood moon. Wait, is that it pulling a smile? Mr. Jason says the limit of the statues you think is 10. Very well. Sure. So I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We have room for one more without The big boss. Oh yeah, and we are going to see the Blood Moon cutscene again. Absolutely, Mr. Gordogoku. We're going to pay attention to it this time. Mr. Jason says, GG, good sir, getting a whiz robe flat like that? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Oh.
Which one do I want to put up there next? Gee. Maybe the Moth Gibdo? Sure.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
Alright, put this thing up right over here. Oh no, thank goodness that is stable. And now we have the big star of this show going to be standing right here, and that's Mr. Dorfington himself. Mr. Gordogoku says you will have to put some back if you're wanting more after a while. Mr. Jason says, why is the statue twice as creepy? Oh, because it's like, you know, it's perfectly still and lifeless while also being vibrant in color at the same time. Also, the Moth Gibdo has an incredible visual contrast that its regular Gibdo friends don't have. Something like that. That ought to do well enough. We got 2 Gibdos, a queen and one of her minions. Nice. Do I want to cook anything for the Blood Moon? No, not really. Instead, what I think I want to do is come over here and sell stuff real quick. The sun may have set, but the sun never sleeps. Welcome to Fison's General Store. We offer all kinds of useful materials you can attach to arrows, plus monster extract to spice up your cooking. If anything catches your eye, bring it here and let me know so we can close the deal. That was a pretty hot line, not gonna lie. Okay, but we need to do this. So all these. And all of those. Nice. Wow, you actually do get a pretty good bit of money. If you stick things together that you didn't mean to, try talking to Pellison over there. He'll have them separated in a jiffy and return them to you. No sweat, son and done. Very well. Alright, you guys ready? I'm gonna wink out the overlay when this cutscene comes across so we can see it. Mr. Jason says, either way, it still bugs Link. It bugs me too, for the record. Oh, the difference is there's no Phantom Ganon impersonating Zelda this time. Okay, that was nice. Mr. Jason says, Mr. Coin, if people do not understand Pellison's store, it is okay as he gives a breakdown of his services. Too true. Now, folks are probably asking, where the heck are we getting photo number 2? We're going to be getting photo number 2 on Hiteno Beach. We can use coordinates to help us out immensely with this. In fact, now that I know where it is, we can also just type in the giant horse in the object map and take a look at it here. Mr. Gordogoku says, nothing special, just different. You thought there was more? Sorry, no. Not at all. See, all those little details that you point out, Mr. Gordogoku, that Mr. Jason points out, and so on. You know, all of those matter when we go into the video essay. Maybe I won't have room to talk about each and every one of them, but I will be able to at least point out some of the bigger and smaller differences, and that there is like some attention to detail. Like, that is a good thing to have in a video game, like, truly. So I appreciate you pointing them out, even if they do turn out to be a tad bit disappointing in the end. That's not on you for it being disappointing. That's on the game for not changing much. It's that giant horse. Hold on. Let me, I'm trying to, like, find out where the horses sort of are. This is saying Hateno Beach on a grass field between Hateno Bay and Deepback Bay. Okay, so that's like... Ah, this giant horse. Okay. Got it. I know exactly where it is. It's over here. This is a horse we are going to be bringing back. So why don't we head over there and do that? We'll get its picture too. After this, you know, off camera, I will, like I said before, I'll go ahead and make sure all the quests are in order. Because once the quests and the compendium are in place, you know, we can start moving to some of the really smaller details, including like photos of monsters and stuff. Mr. Jason says, "Oh, Mr. Coin, I will use you-know-who to describe them, as this has a certain classified level, but you're glad that we cut ties with them as they kept messaging you at 1 a.m. I assume you blocked them so that they stopped messaging you. Because that is harassment." Mr. Gordo Goku says, look at look above the hook there. There's a very big horse. You don't know if that matters or not on land, that is. Yeah, like over here. It'll be in this area somewhere. I've marked the general direction. Mr. Jason says you've unfriended them. Very well. Yeah, like, make sure you've cut them off from other communications as well. You know, Twitch, if you're associated with them there, social media, blah, blah, blah. Like, you gotta make sure the disconnection is complete, or they will find any medium to come and message you about stuff. And you really don't want people to be doing that. I think I see our horsey friend right down over there. Mr. Gordococo says, you mean a little more south, but it's all good. Yes, sir. I appreciate the assistance. Mr. Jason says it wasn't bad messaging. No, you're right. Well, unless... I don't know where exactly. If you meant above the hook, like over here, that could be it. But I think you and I were generally talking about a lot of the same places. Oh, come on. I'm gonna at least get the photo first. It's fine, I don't need its head. Because I'm gonna scare it as soon as I shoot. Okay. Now we're going to sneak very carefully This thing has like hairpin type hearing. Nice, got him. Mr. Gordo Goku says you took it to the stable, but that's a long way away to get to. It's fine. Yeah. Oh, that is a hot ride to a stable. Oh my god, the closest one is Dooley Peak Stable. And this dude don't sprint. Mr. Gordo Goku is absolutely correct. Mr. Jason says it wasn't bad messaging. They were discussing TCC-related things, but they should know your business hours. Well, I mean, they were banned. At that point, you know, they're not going to care about... They're not going to care about that. They're going to simply message and go from there. No matter what, no matter how things unfold. Oh. Get out of here. Oh my goodness. Okay, I know this thing eats apple. Good, and that'll make him trust me a lot more. It was just hard to do that while also having to deal with a rather problematic, you know, Wizrobe. Mr. Gordo Goku says, yeah, he gets upset. Uh-huh. There we go. Now he should be more agreeable. Mr. Jason says, isn't this supposed to be Ganondorf's OOT horse? I think so. It's got like the same mane coloring and everything. I'll have to find like a name to give him that would be appropriate. I'm trying to think of some awesome horse names right now. Maybe Embermare. Mr. Jason says you called yours Dragmire. Ganondorf's surname? I forget that dude has a surname. Mr. Gordo Goku says you think that one is in the desert in a quest? I don't doubt ya. I'm sure this is it seems like all the unique horses are involved in quests. I guess we're playing Grand Theft Palomino, but with a huge horse. That's gonna be what we're doing during this episode. During the remainder of this episode, which is just fine, because I get to comb through quests off camera. At least he's being relatively cooperative. What? I think I've got a name lined up, but I need to remember the spelling. Nope, he's not wanting to do that. What is this, a car? Yeah, I'm 3-point turning a horse. I guess, you know, before there were cars, you did, you know, have to like make a horse kind of do a 3-point turn, didn't ya? Yeah, I suppose that's fine. Mr. Jason says, oh, and you might not be explaining well. This was a while before you cut ties. They were just discussing general things which were okay and normal, but you got annoyed as it was 1 a.m. for you. Oh, they're probably a night person. Mr. Gordo Goku says you think it's the evil spirit mask dude. In picture, it looks the same. Not saying you're wrong, because you could be. Of course. Of course, we will have the opportunity to comb over all the side quests. Trust me, I imagine this person is very much in one of those quests. I would never want to ride on a horse this big, though. I wouldn't want to ride a horse at all. I have an uncle. Who rode horses as a hobby. That was something he really liked to do. And pretty early on in life, or like when he was an adult, I need to follow the road this way. He got kicked off a horse. And he knocked his head against a rock. Lost a lot of memory right there. He got thrown off the horse so wildly that he basically lost a lot of the memories he had accumulated from being an adult before that point. Lots of things stopped making sense to him. He didn't turn into a vegetable. You can very much hold like a normal conversation with him. Just, you know, some memories he'll never get back. He can't even drink soda anymore because of the way that the injury, like, rewired his brain so heavily. It's, that's kind of spooked any whimsical, like, mystery and perhaps anticipation I might have had of riding on such creatures. I just wouldn't want to do it. Mr. Jason says the evil spirit mask is Phantom Ganon's OOT face. Yeah, that is his face. For sure. Oh, were you... Hold on. You think it's the evil spirit mask dude in picture? Oh. I mean, I don't know if you were referencing the set or just the old Phantom itself. No, this dude ain't sprinting. Just gotta keep on walking. Both? I see. Okay, so it was both. Makes sense. Mr. Jason says just the mask. The set is Ganondorf's OOT outfit. We're just gonna... nope out of there. Yep, okay, where is he going? I'm lucky I didn't lose him right there. Run like the wind. Run as fast as you can, my friend. I hate the fact that there are monster forces parked right there in front of them. That is so infuriating. It's not really infuriating, but I don't like it. Mr. Gordo Goku says you're lucky. Yours died and you had to fight. Yuck! Don't like that. Hold on. Oh, poor birds. Mr. Jason says, so would that be r/mildly infuriating? I suppose so when you think about it. Okay, we are at the naming part. Okay. Yeah, I've got the name. Mr. Gordo Goku says, LOL, animal needed to get out of the way. Indeed. And, yes, Mr. Jason, I will, in fact, check the stable trotters to see Mr. Addison literally right there partying instead of being a construction worker. A top-notch, absolutely fantastic employee.
Oh.
Thank you for supporting stable associations. This is your first time here. I apparently have just never visited half these stables from the front side. Okay, yeah, we'll definitely be fixing that in the future. You've given us an incredible gift, Link. I can practically feel the light of the sunrise warming up our stable. Right now, the whole world is in chaos because of the upheaval. But no matter how dark the night, it's always followed by the dawn. That's the feeling that will carry me through this. Now then, once again. Oh ho, what a splendid horse. Do you want to register it? Yes.
Oh.
Understood. Your horse will be in good hands. You sure you want to register it? Yes. Thank you, Link. As a patron of the stables, we're offering you a half-price discount on all fees that are in. That also makes registering a horse only 10 rupees. Wow! Amazing! Thanks! So you're registering a new horse? We'll add 1 pony point to your pony points. Oh, it looks like you got some points saved up. If you want to get your reward, step up to the side counter or keep the ledger, then call me over. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, Super Mario Bros. Wonder Nintendo Switch 2 Edition plus meetup at Bella Bell Park also comes with an Elephant Mario amiibo. Of course it does. Of course it does. Of course we have more amiibos that come with the game. Ah. If people enjoy the amiibo, I'm not going to judge people buying the amiibo. I'm going to judge the production of the amiibo, though. That I will do. Mr. Jason says Mr. Jason isn't buying the amiibo. Mr. Jason hasn't bought amiibo since the 19th of October, 2018. Of course. I think I do remember this date as far as the amiibos are concerned. Yeah, these puppies are like 30-40 bucks a pop. For small, tiny little content that some of which is like not cosmetic or not inconsequential. That part stinks. Mr. Jason says your last amiibo, good sir, was the Solaire Vestora amiibo. Yes, you too can have your very own son, my fine friend. And I have a perfect name for a horse. I've been thinking about this a hot minute. I'm pretty sure this is the correct spelling. I'm just gonna double check it. Yep, Aghanim. Right there. That's the boss from the Legend of Zelda Link to the Past. He was that shady wizard dude that you ultimately ended up killing toward like the middle of the game, and then you had to go deal with Ganon. Mr. Jason says your last oh, I've already read that one. Mr. Gordo Goku says you didn't get the figure, but the cards, you're happy it fell into your lap and you didn't pay for them. Oh, right, the amiibo cards. I do forget about that. The card would work out a lot better, but I think Aghanim is a fine name. I think it's a fitting name. It references a former boss. What do you guys think? And while we're while I'm waiting for answers, if people feel interested in commenting, we're going to get that reward at the counter. And then we are going to go see what Mr. Addison has to say. And then we will call it the end of stream. Mr. Gordo Goku says, wonderful. I'm glad you agree. I thought about that ever since we got him. And I'm glad I came up with this name. That said, I am going to accept this name. Are you sure you want to name this horse Aghanim? I sure do.
Oh.
Name registered. I would like to board this horse, please.
Oh.
Your horse is safe with us. Thanks for using this stable. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, the talking flower figure is $34.99 in the US with more features and interactivity than Amiibo and is cheaper than some Amiibo. Yeah, the Daruk one I think is $40 or pretty darn close to it. Yeah, just the Amiibos were like whatever at the $20 price point. They're very they become quite the scalp, or scam, or bad deal at the $35 rate. Mr. Jason says, oh, Mr. Coin, the Kirby Air Rider amiibos are $49.99. $50 amiibos. Are you kidding me, Nintendo? What the heck? Why are there $50 amiibos? What? I just... You gotta love corporations. When they want to be degenerate scumbags, they can really be degenerate scumbags. This is degenerate pricing for an amiibo. Mr. Gordo Goku says that's why you're happy that yours was free. As you should be, good sir.
Ah.
The drawings at this table have gotten out of hand, haven't they? I'm sorry about that. No matter how many times I scold them, those sons of mine just don't listen. If you ask them, they'll tell you they saw some big footprints, the likes of which nobody has ever seen. I swear I'll never stop being surprised by the things my kids can imagine. Are you sure they're imagining things? Mr. Jason says it's almost as perplexing as Cockney rhyming slang. Eh, Mr. Coin? Yes. Yes, it is. It is about that level of nuts. Mr. Gordo Goku says the money someone paid is crazy. Yes, 50 for a little children's toy that with an electronic chip inside is nuts. Receive the reward, which is 5 sleepover tickets. I know for sure what this reward is.
Oh. Ah.
If you save up just 5 more points, you'll receive 3 Endura carrots. Does it just repeat? 3 Endura carrots and 5 sleepover five sleepover tickets. Mr. Jason says, thank you for the stream, though. Already excited for Monday. I am too. I am too. I definitely gonna be working up, you know, the grind for these extra rupees, among other things. My lovely friends, my lovely senators and inductees, my name is Coin. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Mr. Jason says, Miss Carly got confused this morning, good sir, about... and while we are waiting to address that confusion, below the stream, you will find many of my hallowed halls. You guys know all the algorithmic things to do as well in that regard. If you're on YouTube, if you haven't left a like, please do so. All the likes help. Every single one of them helps at least a little bit. But inside the description at the bottom on YouTube and underneath the video player on Twitch, I feel like I now need to right shift this a bit. I'm sorry, I completely blanked because I'm reading messages at the same time as this. Sorry, let me address these messages real quick. Mr. Jason says she thought that she explained her proposal this morning. She did. But that was step 1. Mr. Jason says, but you told her that you proved the proposal. Now the chair wants the intrinsic details. Yeah, like the really precise things. Yeah, I've got that. I'll have to do the same thing with all of my proposals as well. That gets to be a really fun conversation. Fun in somewhat of an air quote there. Not because I mind explaining things, but because now all the details become due if they weren't due already. Like I was saying before, you guys know the algorithmic things to do, and you will find my hallowed halls inside the link tree at the bottom of the description on YouTube, as well as underneath the video player on Twitch. One of those hallowed halls will be my Discord server. I would love to have people there if you aren't there already. I also have all of my payment platforms up there in there, as well as my social media, including Mastodon, Twitter, Blue Sky, all that fun stuff. Mr. Gordo Goku says, while on stream you found 3 seeds? Nice. That was fun. I'm glad you found 3 of them, buddy. You're gonna get you're gonna get 5 more. I'm confident in that. You'll have all the time in the world before the next stream to do that. Or, well, as much time as you want, but you get what I'm saying. I'll see you guys next. We'll pick back up on this on Monday because of the ice storm for Friday, and then we take weekends off. Well, the next time I'll see you guys is on Monday, and I'm hoping by then we will have the money and other requirements so that all we have to do is the compendium and end of game materials. That's it. That should be all we have to do. We can start wrapping things up. Do stay safe and take care of yourselves. You're welcome amidst any of my hallowed halls anytime, and now you know where those hallowed halls are. I hope to see you guys there, but I'm no one's boss. I won't make anyone do that. I'll see you guys on Monday. Have a good weekend. I do hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. And with that, goodbye.